Hello, everybody. Welcome to CCA Season 2 Circuit Finale. My name is Fusion. I am joined here by Devvy. We are going to take you through the top 8 of Division 3 of CCA for this season. How are you doing this morning, Devvy?
I'm doing good. Been outside, got snowed on, back here now in the warmth. Time for Splatoon action to heat everything up.
Oh yeah, I mean absolutely. It's been like super rainy here. I know you said you prefer the snow to the rain. I like the rain a lot at this point. At some point it gets cold. Cold rain's a little rough. We could both use a little bit of
rain, that would be a disaster.
Hot action. Yeah, some exciting action is certainly ahead of us. We've got these 8 teams that have made it through the Day 1 Swiss bracket. Here in Day 2, it's HLG Gold, Tamu White, USF Green, RIT White Marlins, Splatterscreen Savers, Last Ditch Efforts, UCSD Esports, and Champlain Cerulean.
Yes, and we are taking a look at UCF Green versus the White Marlins, RIT White Marlins. This should be interesting. Took a little bit to look at some of the weapons on the side, and I pointed this out off the bat, and I'm gonna point it out here. Me totally being Hydra bias. Shout out to Jump for being born to Hydra but forced to flex. I see you.
If anyone in the community sees you, it's absolutely Devvy, Hydra mom herself. Yeah, we got some interesting stuff that it's going to be going on here. It seems like we may have a Hydra. I'm unsure. That kind of implies there may not be a Hydra, but I believe on the other side there was a coming out from USF Green, Mooney seems to be a Charger player. Unsure exactly what we're going to be seeing coming into this event, this map as we go to Hagglefish Zones. I would kind of anticipate something that could paint pretty well. Maybe that, maybe the pencil coming out here. We'll have to see. No backline on one side. It is indeed going to be a pencil from USF Green. That tent umbrella from Pitch Blind is really interesting, Devvy.
Yes, tent here is a really good way to just kind of get your way through the middle of Hagglefish, especially taking up so much space, just trying to get through. But of course, the Dread on the other side with USF Green can get over that tent and just kind of block it off. So now just waiting for something to happen here. Of course, we have control going in the favor of the White Marlins, but of course, it's going to be back and forth for right now because look at that. We've got one Reef Slider going out. But White Marlins do have a Reef Slider ready of their own to take it back when they are ready to do a team push here. They're just waiting for that right opportunity.
Yeah, those Dread Ringers are going to be very relevant in this game here. Both teams able to cap at a moment's notice. USF Green is pushing the advantage. They have that initial cap, and Corey's going to be able to shut down the hammer, and USF Green now has some leeway. They're going to be able to set up for a hold. 2 members of USF Green actually sitting here on that low ground. The crowd's going to attack the zone, but this Reef Slider is going to punish. A Reef Slider punishes that Reef Slider, and we're all even again.
It's funny, it's one of the rare moments where I'll see the Reef Sliders just go back and forth off of the zone, but in this case it works out well for USF Green, just countering the other one, keeping the other players back, holding what they had strong. But as I say that, the zone goes back in the favor of White Marlins to get a penalty cap, and then goes back. It's just back and forth right now on the side, trying to get back in. Glitch here on the dualies, getting a nice pick in the corner. Cooler is out. Looks like they do have that crab online, and they're going to try to use that crab just to try to get something going on the side. Jump trying to get that Reef Slider to get some sort of pick. Pop the crab. Does delay a little bit as zone is going back and forth to control, but it looks like control is going to go in on the side of USF Green as they do get 2 picks on the side of White Marlins.
Yeah, and again, we're at a pretty similar spot for the most part to where we were earlier in the game. USF Green has a lot of paint control. This entire map is this yellow-orange here. The tent's going to be moving in on that right side. The crab not going to get too much done in the middle. It does create some space. The hammer takes out the jumper. That is going to be 3 members taken out on the side of USF Green, and RIT White Marlins have some life. They have the zone. They really need that paint on the board. They have very little little places to move at this point, and dropping in on that left side may not be super beneficial for them, but they end up coming out on top, and USF Green already with a cap.
Yeah, Glitch was doing a lot of disturbance underneath that tent canopy area, just trying to get members down, just forcing something out, just to make something happen. It didn't work out there, and then at the point, it's able to just come right back into the zone, get a cap, and now again, just going back and forth here. Again, still lots of points on the side of USF Green. Jump there with a Reef Slider, getting a pick there. It looks like they do have... USF Green does have the Crab online. Never mind, the Crab got deleted. But they do have Cooler and a Reef Slider. I saw the Cooler get thrown out. They want to try to get that Reef Slider ready to go here, do something here, and it is... I think it's Cooler. It should be Cooler. That tent trying to block it a bit, but the tent actually gets in the way, stops the Reef Slider to help get 2 picks, and they're able to follow up with the third, and they get the wipeout. The tent actually blocking some of that, and not in how they wanted that to work.
Not blocking enough of that, evidently. It's been a tale of 2 Reef Sliders, both doing so much damage, both on the side of USF Green and RIT White Marlins, going straight through that shield there, ends up breaking through just like it does with Splash Walls. It's now even. The Reef Slider's going to come in. There should be a cap. Yet again, Jumper Bar getting the zone back. They are going to end up trading several times here in the middle, but USF Green is going to come out with a slight player advantage here as we go to the final minute of the game. A lot of paint control online for USF Green. The tent umbrella taken out. Nice movement from Zumi, true to their name here, and USF Green is just looking to tick down the little bits of their penalty left and start chipping away.
Yeah, Zumi did a really nice job there getting behind the tent and actually getting 2 on that. I believe that was a flank. I believe it went around from the far side. I'm not 100% sure, but either way, got those 2 picks, was able to hold the team forward, and again, there's just, cap did happen, so penalized, but 3 are down to a delayed wipeout on the side of White Marlins. At least they did get a penalty cap there, so that is good for them. So now they really have to regroup here and try to get back out to claim this zone. They've been doing a lot better job at trying to get back to the zone in the middle to late game here, and I believe that they do have a chance to come back here. They have that Hammer online. The Hammer is the one ready here. They have that Reef too. They got the cap. There is 10 seconds left to go in this game. 2 down on the side of USF Green for also 2. In return, Jump really needs to get these picks. Jump got 1. It's just the dualies on the side corner here. If they can hold the zone, there we go. They got overtime out here, but that Reef Slider is online. Strikes are coming out as well. This is just going to be done. I didn't know I could do. That was the first thing that happened.
Good stuff. USF Green ends up taking game 1. We are going to be rocking best of 5 with counter picks. There's going to be like a neutral zones map at the start of each of these sets, followed by counter picks from the losing team. So USF Green goes up there, but that was close. That was very interesting. Yeah, both of these teams seemed to play very hard into the Reef Slider. They were using their specials very well to cap the zone. It was very formulaic, you know, rinse and repeat. It felt like both of these teams were... They knew what they needed to do to get back to the zone, but neither of them was able to really fully capitalize and stop the other team's plan, because it was kind of just get onto the roof, press the Reef Slider, zone flips the other direction, and the points kind of just came after that. So I'm wondering how we're going to see adaptations from these teams going in, because we shouldn't be seeing another Splat Zones map, and without Splat Zones, that Reef Slider is not going to be nearly as effective.
No, I mean, some people could still use it for a good space clear, depending on the map as well. But there's always a lot of other options to go throughout the other modes here. But like you were saying, there was a lot of back and forth that wasn't there. It was just kind of the beginning there, that beginning play where both Reef Sliders were online, but it was USF Green that actually managed to cancel White Marlins Reef Slider off the get-go. So it took them a little longer, and that's kind of where most of the points were kind of given. But White Marlins just fought it right back. They were doing a lot better and better getting back, claiming the zone, and it was just never one person's zone for a long period of time after that. So yeah, it's really gonna see what happens in these potential counter picks. And right now, I can't even give a potential prediction at what it could be. I can't even think, because all these teams can cover so many angles for these other modes. I don't really know which one would benefit them more.
Yeah, it's definitely interesting. I think like RIT White Marlins without rocking that. Okay, well, it is. It does seem like we are going to be seeing Clamblitz on Barnacle and Dime. I was going to say, uh, because they're not rocking a backline, we probably will be seeing perhaps a map that is a little bit more blocky, a little bit more places to hide. But we are actually going to be moving to a pretty flat map in Barnacle and Dime, so we may see some team composition adaptations with that. Perhaps the Hydra? We'll have to see.
I don't know about this one. Yes, it can put a lot of control, but if you're going up against a quick comp, you can get stuck really quickly if you don't have your corners watched. I speak from experience. But in this case, what they were running with to begin with for like White Marlins, they had the tent comp. This is where like the tent can really push up to the opponent's plat side here and get control, because that's what you really want control of first to be able to maintain that first push. Because if you have that plat corner, you have so much other space to just take some time, get yourself prepared for another push, while the others are stuck in other high corners. But you need to make sure like you have something to counter to get them off, whether you have another range weapon to try to poke them off, or just waiting for anything there, because you definitely want the range in those moments of time. So they could still run with that tent comp, but they could also switch to something quicker, or maybe take it slow. They could definitely take it slow if they're well used to it. But there is always a weakness with anything that you do. You just have to, poke at it, find it, if you're the other team trying to get through it.
Yeah, totally. I mean, the tent umbrella certainly gets a lot of mileage on a map like this, but it remains to be seen whether or not they'll be able to use it, because the Reef Slider was just consistently in their face, going through the tent shield at least a few times that game, otherwise just getting behind the tent, and that's not super mobile. But without Reef Slider being quite as effective to like cap a zone, maybe a team comp adaptation could clear the way. I mean, that tent umbrella is just excellent on a map like this, letting your team move up. And they RIT had a lot of short range weapons that could get some nice picks, including that Splatana Wiper. That's one that I want to take a look or keep an eye out for in this game, if it's coming out again from Krob, as it can be a dangerous offensive threat. But we're not going to be seeing it.
No, we got double edits are showing themselves here. So they are opting to have that range to cover up the center while the rest move in, because Mooney is now playing the T-Tech with those strikes. And we've got, what is it? It's Zumi on the edit this time, I think?
Yeah, it does seem like it is Zumi on the edit.
The Zuka machine. That is the Zuka machine, though, on the side of White Marlins, if I'm not mistaken. I think.
Yeah,
Okay.
Sorry.
I'm looking at a different thing.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
you don't quite have the perspective at the moment.
It's okay.
There we go.
Yeah. Apologies, folks.
I have a backup thing to see. That's why I was like, Zuka machine, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, I ended up pulling it up, but I ended up being a little bit behind. So yeah, USF Green, both teams a minute into the game, neither team's able to really get a push going just yet. This crab, yet again, Glitch has been just pumping them out repeatedly throughout these games. Now 2 power clams online, that does create a big threat, and now some nice picks from Corey and the gang over on that left side. Those clams are going to make their way to the basket for the first score of the game, all the way down to 60 points already for USF Green. All 4 members up. They have specials online. This is looking dangerous, Devvy.
It is dangerous. Even when they were pushing, again, they had control of that plat. They had a amazing clam economy before they got this, and they did exactly kind of what I was saying before the game even started, is you're going to get control of that plat, you're going to have great clam economy, and then just be patient with it and get that solid push. This is what they did by doing so. They got it all the way down to 45, and now White Marlins here looking to try to get something back here, as we do have a little bit of a neutral state here as a fight just happened. See, Mooney here did get a pick with the bomb, is trying to get another one, is able to successfully find that splat, and USF Green here trying to find a way to move in once again, but again, they're taking their time with it. Zuka's popped out, they're aware of that. Looks like Reef Slider was popped but cancelled. And we can see the clam economy still slowly growing on USF Green. They're doing wonderful with their clam economy and being patient with specials right now.
Yeah, they certainly are. RIT really, I think, has been held back pretty effectively. USF Green not trying to press their advantage too much. They're being very patient in the middle of the map, but that may have given RIT some space to move back in here. Pitch Blind over on that right side was able to find a pick, but 2 members going down is not going to help their cause. USF Green now storming back into mid. They get taken out, 2 members for their trouble. Reef Slider finds yet another one. It is an absolute bloodbath in the middle of the map here. RIT White Marlins ends up coming out on top. They have quite a few clams at the ready, but dropping into that Reef Slider, unfortunately, is going to stifle a bit of that momentum. USF Green is going to end up stabilizing here and perhaps hang on to their large lead.
There's a lot of back and forth on that, trying to claim that plat take there with a predicted special to another. Was that Reef Slider intended? Jump there, it looked like, okay, you're gonna paint the top here, but it was like, I don't know if that was intended or not. But we got Cooler out, it looks like RIT was trying to make something happen. Did a bomb just get those two? Cooler placement and bomb, oh, the Cooler bait to the bomb trap. Oh no! But USF Green taking full advantage of that moment. There was one up at the top corner. It did get picked off, but Mooney on the bottom did had enough clams to make another, and then we have another bomb double in the bottom corner on a pillow.
My goodness, a lot going on here. Clam gets it into that basket. No more extra points on the board because of that penalty. White Marlins now 50 seconds left in the game. They are running out of time and they're going to have to make a move. They don't want to end up going down 0-2 in this set. Could be very dangerous if that does happen. USF Green just standing strong. They've done such a nice job just maintaining their position in the middle of the map, and those crabs that have been consistently coming out have been absolutely massive. Corey, yet again, with a well-timed reslider, able to slow down RIT and maintain the control that they've done such a great job asserting this entire game.
Absolutely. Jump there was trying to go forward, try to clear a path in the way, but it looked like Zumi was there in the way with the edit, being able to stop that. That was almost a very good bomb roll right there. It was so close. But we're coming down to the last few seconds of the game, with USF Green still holding the lead here, and just if White Marlins they do have a pity clam, but right now they really don't have mid control at all. They have 2 players down right now. USF Green is looking to just make sure they cannot get past mid here. Looks like 2 to 3 of them are trying to get by. Glitch here is trying to take another angle, just trying to stop the side. It looks like one kind of snuck in from the back. Jump tried to get him, but it was stopped just in time. You could see that they were trying to get that jump. Look at the direction of the Reef Slider. Did someone say Reef Slider? Was someone over here? You had I can just imagine the call out in that VC on the flank, and all of a sudden you have 2 people looking at the flank plus Reef Slider. Oh boy.
Great stuff. I mean, excellent gameplay from University of South Florida there. They did a good job just maintaining pressure that entire game. They did not allow RIT to get a foothold in that game. They just maintained that paint control, and they made sure that they were moving together, moving efficiently, and using their specials together. I mean, they did a great job pushing in a few times. Their first push was excellent. I feel like they could have gotten a little bit more on it. They didn't have like the follow-up clams after those first 2, but what can I say? They did a great job with those pushes. They just were not able to put the game away. But it seemed like they had the pressure to put the game away, but they were playing patient and just not, putting their pedal to the metal.
They didn't want to overextend.
They didn't have to risk it.
Yeah, they didn't want to overextend. You could see like they realized something was looking dire, they took back, but they made sure they still had control the best they could. Like there was only one moment where I saw the map majority of the other color for White Marlins. And it was in the middle somewhere there where it was mostly the other color, but USF Green was able to they definitely took their time with it, which is good. That's something really in Clan Blitz where you can do. You can either go quick and just constantly be up and up and up, or you can just, the state of the game is this. Wait, hold on. This is where we're going at now. Let's pre-predict where the state of the game is going to be in a second here, and then we're already prepared. So that way, if one person of the other side overextends, they can get caught out. And I think they were really catching out that Dread Ringer on White Marlins. USF Green was catching out White Marlins Dread Ringer on the side quite often, because I see that they were definitely trying to go forward, trying to make something happen, but I could see they were getting caught out, and then the rest of them had to try to quickly either follow up and finish off what was started, or try to hold their own because they know they're going to be at a disadvantage. And then when one person would try, I'd see there was usually be a 2-down scenario, there would be 2 up. But USF Green just maintaining that wall on Barnacle and Diamond going forth. But yeah, that first push was great. I saw like 20 clams on the clam economy. They had that plat control. They went in and got it. It was a solid first push.
Yeah, I mean, they did a very good job. Just moving quickly, I was a little bit nervous. I mean, you know, like when you have too many power clams, you make yourself marked, you make it harder for yourself to push in if you just sit back with it. So they did a good job fighting. Like, despite being marked, they were able to clear people off of that stack and create some space. But we should be moving from Clam Blitz likely to... Well, I can't say likely to a different mode, but we're going to be getting yet another counter pick from RIT White Marlins. If you were them, what do you think went wrong? What do you think they could improve on here? It seems like we've already decided we're going to Rainmaker. What do you think?
We're already going to Rainmaker on a mummy. I would just say not getting separated from their front. Like, if their front is going, make sure that the rest of them go with their front line, and just not have the front line try to do a superhero move. Is the main thing.
That's a good idea there, or a good point coming out there. We do have a little bit of insurance with that 96 gal with Kraken. Great against those Rainmaker pushes here, as well as the Frozen Pro. It's not the Berry Pro. It's the Berry Pro in my heart, though. It has those Penta missiles. USF Green is yet again off to a strong start. A couple nice early picks. They have specials at the ready. They're going to be throwing it up towards that checkpoint. Nice job stifling Krob with that hammer, stopping them from preventing this checkpoint. They've just been moving so well as a team together. They know where enemies are going to be before they move into that position, and that's done a good job. Or that's done a lot to keep their pushes alive and make sure they're able to continue moving forward. I love the patience from that Rainmaker here. The hammer is going to be the clock, though, as RIT White Marlins is going to get the pick and regain control.
It took them a bit, but yeah, USF Green just going forward, and again, they were catching off one front line and the other front line. The other two were just kind of stuck, trying to hopefully get a pick to stop and defend, and then finally they were able to get at least one follow-up. That hammer coming in at a very good time to clean it up, to give them a chance to get back to the middle here. It's interesting how they do... White Marlins is holding on to the Rainmaker in this backside here, which is kind of interesting. It looks like they're trying to get picks and trying to take it out to the other side. So this Rainmaker carrier is really relying on their teammates to be able to get an advantage right now so that they can just take the Rainmaker from their side and run forward with it. So they're back up to the corner, but unfortunately 2 members of White Marlins are down. Zumi here is trying to cover the side here. They're going to launch out the strikes. Another player from White Marlins goes down, and this Rainmaker has been absolutely stuck in this bottom corner since they basically got it their base. They just decided to pick it up, run into this corner, and here it is. So now they're all respawning onto the side here. You can see Zumi not wasting much time here. Gonna get up some paint here. Gonna try to block off with bombs. You can see one tried to rush it a little bit early. The dualies did try to go in, but I do know that it is the end parry dualies, so they could have maybe wanted to go in. I didn't see if they had splashdown or not, but I know a lot of end parries like to try to do that. Reef-Splitter coming in from jump, running over the Rainmaker, stopping it on that corner. Dualies opting to jump out. Up in White Marlins, and White Marlins, you can see that a couple players just want to go, and they're getting set up with one trying to go off to the side on the right. That Kraken going forward here, and they're just trying to hold it in this corner. Reef is online with Splashdown. They're going in to try to get these picks, and they get 3! In total, they are able to get 3!
That was massive. I mean, the flank from pitch was huge. It would have applied a ton of forward pressure, but excellent stuff that Reef Slider was able to find a couple picks. Really great aggressive drop there from Corey on that Dread Ringer, and USF Green still has not allowed a single point on the board this game. A couple of specials are going to let RIT White Marlins move back into the zone here, but USF Green has just so much paint control on the map. It's difficult to imagine them losing too much space too quickly. But RIT White Marlins now on their with their back against the wall on their last legs here in winner's bracket. They need to make a move with just a minute left in this game. Someone needs to be the one to open the door for them, and Pitch is hoping it's them.
Pitch is trying. I see that White Marlins are trying to always try to establish that flank and one on the side here. It just hasn't been working out here, as there's always special after special trying to combo and slow them down a little bit. But in this case, actually, well, I was about to say it went in White Marlins' favor. I think actually, never mind. It might actually, nope, reversed. I lied. Never mind. We're just, anyway, it's back in middle. We're in the last minute of play. White Marlins here, they're close. Looks like they're close to getting popped. They do have that Reef Slider online. There it is. They're going to try to use that pillow for protection. One is able to hide behind it. Pencil able to pick it off as it explodes. 1 for 1 here. Rainmaker's trying to pick off these people up on the snipe point, as it is a pretty key point. I think one does end up going down. The Rainmaker looks like it's really stuck here. Tri-Strike's coming out to hide them in the corner. Looks like there was a pick on the bottom here. 2 down on the side of USF Green, but no. Zumi is still here. Zumi was still alive right in front of the Rainmaker. White Marlins here, I could see it was kind of a little bit, okay, we need to grab it and go, but there's still a player left alive. Rainmaker, why are you not letting me grab you?
Yeah, how would I do that? But still, not too big a lead. It's just a few points past the checkpoint. That is checkpoint for RIT Marlins. Crab popping the Rainmaker. There is a pencil shooting up from that top right. There's a shot in front of the Rainmaker, and they're gonna get the pick.
Oh, went right in front. I don't know what it was, but USF Green just have someone walking forward, just plain as day, was the others just locked in forward. It's like, wait, there's a drop here. Someone could just walk right in forward to the objective. But yeah, no, it was right there. Just like you said, Fusion, it was not that far away. They definitely could have got it there, but just that one opening, just that one drop, they just walked in and dropped, boom, right there. I know the wiper was just in a moment of, I need to clear the Rainmaker, there's nothing up ahead, but there's above. Above is nothing too.
They had all the right ideas there. RIT White Marlins able to, they tried to clear that top right, like the snipe area there. They threw the hammer, threw the hammer up there. They were clearing some space. Just, too many people far forward when the lead was so close. Not playing like protect the president with the Rainmaker there, as like overtime is going on. Just ends up just barely sealing the deal. USF Green ends up winning this in I would say a close 3-0 throughout this set. University of South Florida now going to be moving on to the winners semifinals, where I believe, let's see if their partner has been decided yet. It has not. It's going to be either HLG Gold or Tamu White there in the middle of a set. Tamu White is now up 2-1. So USF Green, again, the 1 seed, they, I believe, went undefeated yesterday. That's HLG Gold that went undefeated yesterday. But either way, the 1 seed USF Green is going to have an interesting match ahead of them. RIT White Marlins not out of this yet. They're going to be dropping to losers round 1, where they will be facing the loser of the match that is currently being played. Any final thoughts about that set, Devvy?
I always like to say that the scoreboard always doesn't tell the whole story. If we take a look at what we did see, like RIT White Marlins, they put up a solid fight in the middle. Like the Splat Zones game, it was just the opening that didn't go in their favor, and then they fought back all the way there to the end, where USF Green did have a guaranteed cap at the end, but it was nothing ever held on for long on the Splat Zone. And then on the other 2 games, USF Green, of course, did have majority of the control, but RIT just there was always some way to go. Like there was nothing that looked like, oh, we're stuck here. There was always them trying to get back out. It didn't overly take too long. Whether even an attempt didn't go in their way, they still fought right back. They even had an attempt going back forward. You could see some of the panic at the end of both of the second and third games. But they did have the right idea of what they did want to do. I can sense that they can have a pretty solid losers bracket run. As long as they keep their morale up. They got this. I believe in them.
Yeah, they were certainly doing a good job throughout the set, just not able to beat out USF Green here. But yeah, that's the end of this round one. Taking a quick look in at the other matches, as a couple of them are currently playing, but there's one that has been finished. Splatterscreen Savers ends up beating Last Ditch Efforts 3-1. That seems like that was a good set. We'll be seeing, I believe, Splatterscreen Savers next round playing against either UCSD Esports, Navy, or Champlain Cerulean. Which is very interesting as well. I believe UCSD has been participating in CCA for a bit as well. I remember a while ago, like when it was getting started, I feel like I remember seeing them around. I feel like a couple of the big schools are like, there's a couple from Florida. There's, I think UCSD is one of them. Purdue, I think, is absolutely one of them. One of like the original schools that were like
yeah, that is
helping get this thing started. But
the prime days. I'm gonna feel old again. We were talking about this earlier, and it's just like, yep, that's one in the memories there. That'll hit.
Yeah, we're getting old,
unfortunately. Let's see, where else are we at? Yeah, that's just efforts in the bottom. Yeah, there we go. So good 2-1s and all that. So this is the one that we've seen was the only game that went to a 3-0. Otherwise, all of them have made it to their fourth game, which is still ongoing. So lots of good stuff happening there going forward.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, interestingly, just taking a look at this, some of the results from yesterday. Splatterscreen Savers did not drop a set yesterday. They dropped 2 games, and they beat USF Green 3-0. So that's something to keep in mind going into later in this bracket, because these two teams have already played yesterday. It seems like Splatterscreen Savers is another very strong team that is going to be Nebby, y to the x equals e to the x. I love there's a whole family of equations out there in the Splatoon.
I've seen
in solo queue. It's crazy.
And I'll see them and I'm like, I'm fighting math. Go away.
Aren't we all?
I mean, look, appreciate you, but it's the math.
Mm-hmm.
Don't get me wrong here. It looks like the Splatterscreen Savers are in fact playing UCSD Esports Navy. So that has been decided, and that one is locked in for the semis.
All right. But let me take a look at some of the history to see how these teams got here. So yeah, Splatterscreen Savers, wow. Looking at their records, they won both the first and the second circuit qualifiers. So very, very strong team. They didn't even have to play the rest of them, I believe. They played in circuit qualifier number 5, where they got 4th, and that was a Division 2 qualifier. They're from California State Polytechnic University in Pomona. Yeah, they seem like one of the teams to beat of this top cut. Of course, the other one, I believe, was the other undefeated team who I mentioned earlier, HLG Gold. I believe they've had a similarly strong circuit performance here. HLG Gold. Yeah, they have they've gotten a second qualifier 3, third in qualifier 5, and 8th, 9th, and 16th in 3 other qualifiers. So they've been very consistent getting these top cuts, but they have not yet won a qualifier. So maybe a little bit of a let's see. not quite a grudge match, but certainly Splatterscreen Sabers has been in their way repeatedly throughout some of the qualifiers for CCA. So we'll see how these teams fare against each other, because I don't believe they have played today, or excuse me, yesterday.
It's true. Yes. There we go. And I'm taking a look at the UCSD Esports Navy crew here and how they were doing in Swiss yesterday. So they lost 1-3 versus HLG Gold, as we were just mentioning, but they did take a game off of them.
Ooh, okay.
So they had a lot of things there. They played in the second round of Swiss. Otherwise, they did beat Temu White, and then they also did just beat Champlain Cerulean in the finals here. The other ones I don't remember seeing, but just the ones that I've seen today was right there. But yeah, they hadn't. Something about theirs is that they've always went to a game 4 in all of their sets. There's a lot of 3-1s across the board for them, other than the 1-3 that they had versus HLG Gold. So they're putting up quite the fight as well.
Yeah, UCSD Esports. Say that 5 times fast. UCSD
No, thanks.
Esports Navy. They've been doing excellent in the qualifiers as well. I believe this is going to be a great match. UCSD Esports Navy has been up there with Splatterscreen Sabers in terms of best results in the qualifiers. They have a 4th, 3rd, 1st. They have 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 7th. They're missing a couple places in there, but I don't think they want those. They want 1st. They've done an excellent job so far. This should be a great match. And seeing these two teams fight here in the semifinals is... And it's not early in the tournament, but I would not be surprised to see whichever of these two teams ends up going down back in losers finals towards the tail end of this event. Both of these teams are incredibly strong, and this should be a very fun set.
Not even just these two. Like, every team has their strengths and weaknesses, and just from what we've been looking at, doing our own little browsing, it just they've all put up quite a fight versus for anybody. So it could still technically be like anybody's game, even though that there are like a couple standouts. But you never know what can happen. There can just be one team can just go absolute all-star mode and just surprise everybody. You never know. Oh, anything can happen in these ones. But with Splatterscreen Sabers and UCSD Esports Navy, I'm definitely looking forward to this. And taking a look at some of the weapons here, I see Sombrellas on Dual Willism there with the Srelabrella and the, what is it, Srelatent?
I think it might just be the Srelabrella.
Srelabrella tent?
The inkjet one.
Yeah, so there's the Srelabrella and then the S tent.
Yeah.
I'm a little off on my things right now, getting back into it. But just kind of going through these ones, there's also there's the bottom just loading ... No weapons listed. We're still loading.
We are going to be seeing a sword of some kind from Nebby. I think that's that's a guarantee at this point. I think you said you had seen Nebby around like solo queue at some point.
I've seen Nebby a few times. It's again, it's been a bit, but it's just the one that'll just pop back into my head. Mm-hmm. Like, oh, hey, wait a minute. What else do we got here? But Zones Mako Mart, of course, the classic, going to be the first game of the sets here.
Yeah, it should be pretty interesting to see. I think a different vibe from Hagglefish. I know. I feel like every time well, okay, not gonna say every time, but like I feel like as time has gone on, people have cooled off on Hagglefish zones. Like I think at the start of the game, everyone was like, "Yeah, this is the map. We love this map." And as time has gone on, people are like, this map is one-dimensional and narrow and a tunnel.
Yeah, I've definitely heard that. It's just kind of plain, I guess. I've heard many different things about it, but it's still just kind of, a go-to for some people to still do. This one here has terrain.
Yeah, exactly.
Has terrain to use. So there could be something going on somewhere that you may have missed because there's so much happening in the middle. But a lot of times most teams are good at catching that out, unless if you know a big special push is happening on one side or something's being used as a distraction just to make a flank around happen, and boom.
Yeah, I mean, there's certainly a lot of terrain around the middle of the map that could make things interesting. I think that sword is an interesting pick with all of these like corners and whatnot. You know, you can like jump slash just over the stacks and whatnot. It can certainly do a lot of damage there. I'm not sure. I imagine we'll be seeing a reef slider at least. I don't think we'll be seeing nearly as many reef sliders as we saw in that first set here. But
you never know.
Yeah, interesting about that first set was that like we saw all these reef sliders, but there wasn't a lot of paint to like contest it. You know, it felt like the reef sliders like were the paint.
Oh, yeah, that is true. Like one would go off and like if you had nothing else ready to stop it, it just controlled the zone. Like there was even stuff reef sliders that went down even off the zone just to control the area. Sometimes people just use reef slider for that here and there if they know they can get it back quick enough. That's why there was one in the Clan Blitz game on the last time. I was like, was this one actually used for something or was it just a space taker? Anyway, we are going into the first game. We have the decav and parries. There was an edit and a brush. I believe I saw brushes on both sides. Octobrush and ink brush, but the custom Explo is something I am looking forward to see here. Let's go.
Yeah, custom Explo going to be a lot of paint coming out from this thing and incredibly obnoxious. I'm sorry, Boba, your weapon is perhaps the most frustrating thing in the game. It's like
it's frustrating, but that's why it's great.
Yeah, exactly. It's like a weapon that makes you think it's super vulnerable and you can run at it, and then they press splash down and like 3 people die. But yeah, Splatterscreen Savers is going to come off to that early advantage here. Edit is going to end up taking out that Zipcaster. Splatterscreen Savers is going to have a lot of paint control here in the middle of the map, taking the timer all the way down to 60. They have a lot of specials at the ready, including that big bubbler. So they're set up to defend very well. That Inkbrush is going to end up going down early. The Splashdown does get its revenge. They're loading. Ends up sending a couple people back to a respawn for Splatterscreen Savers, and UCSD Esports Navy now stuck in their spawn. Less than 30 ticks of the timer left, Devvy.
Very quick, very good holding. Yeah, like you said, they had their specials ready just to absolutely lock a hold on the zone, but Splashdown coming right back with tri-strikes, and it looked like it could cover the zone. They were able to get the cap, but even just with those specials coming out, Splatterscreen Savers were painting through majority of them, and it didn't take long for them to take it back. And it's just UCSD Esports here getting that Zipcaster off and finally even the cap back once again are able to get some more points on the board here, but they need to be careful because that Inkbrush has special online here. We see the Octobrush trying to get it, but the Whales and the Bomb able to survive, able to live and go on forth, trying to help keep the zone their color, but is just going to leave it alone as it is contested right now. Z-Bean just going crazy on the Octobrush here in the corners.
Yeah, Z-Bean has done an excellent job disrupting the Zip. I feel like they've constantly been in Zipcaster throughout this game,
yes!
and they're always on the back, like always behind everyone. That's 2 picks, distracting one, lets the bomb get the third. Z-Bean has been coming up huge for UCSD so far. The Inkbrush going to move around that left side with 2 members of Splatterscreen Savers down. It remains to be seen whether this brush will get the picks that it needs. It is able to solo cap the zone thanks to UCSD being forced out of position. So a lot of extra penalty points on the board. Splatterscreen Savers now has the time to paint that zone, get their specials ready, and move back in together.
I think something that was nice there that I noticed that USD Esports was doing for a bit there is they were keeping that edit stuck in a lower area. Like you see how Z-Bean's threatening on the side. This edit's been kind of stuck behind that stack area for a little bit during the time when UCSD Esports was getting their points. And now they're finally able to move up a little bit here. Splashdown! Bye, Brush. The Explo here able to help move forward here. We see they're just looking to try to contest that zone. That edit still maintaining down on the bottom there, while it looked like the decav, I believe, was causing some trouble on the stack on the other side. pushing 2 members back, allowing Splatterscreen Savers to still hang on tightly here. Just narrowly misses that pick, but of course they're going to still try and just hang on tight back here as now they're forced behind their stack here. UCSD looking to try to find that way out, trying to find that way there, but the splashdown able to go over top and get that pick on the snipe.
Yeah, huge. 10 ticks left of the timer. Loading's going to find a couple of picks. Another jump coming back to the zone is going to be caught off. And Splatterscreen Savers ends up losing some control in the middle of the game, but they end up coming back and maintaining it, knocking out UCSD Esports Navy, winning game 1 here on Splatzone's Mako Mart. I mean, they did an excellent job, I think, like playing as a team. I feel like UCSD Esports certainly played very explosively, but Splatterscreen Savers, it felt like they were just consistently pumping out the paint. They were distracting for each other. They were like covering each other very well. They feel like a well-oiled machine, and you know, it shows.
Yeah, it was, and just you were mentioning how all you saw was Zipcaster the one time. Like, I saw so many specials here and there and ready to go. It was like every time something happened, it's just like there was always something else to go, and that could be just because the weapons are getting it really quickly right now. And I mean, some of them can, but there's a few of them where like they have it back already. I'm like, wait a second, or is it just a good use of just, you know, we're gonna use 2, we got this, and we have the other 2 for the thing there, because that first push that Splatterscreen Savers had was they had the push, they used a couple specials, and then they had like 2 to 3 just to hold it down for a while, and there was that first push, and I was like, whoa, okay, they have it there, and then all of a sudden it's Zipcaster to help get the next thing for UCSD, and I was like, okay, here we go, and it was doing a good job at holding back the Splatling into a corner there for a little bit, but then as soon as it got back up, it was causing some trouble there and just able to keep the zone maintained for Splatterscreen Savers.
Yeah, I mean, there was a lot going on in that game. That's certainly true.
There's always a lot going on.
No, yeah, absolutely. But I mean, the brush was doing a lot of work, like flanking and whatnot. Ended up solo capping the zone that one time, and it felt like UCSD Esports Navy wasn't quite ready for that. But Splatterscreen Savers now going to be up 1-0. UCSD Esports Navy going to be counterpicking. If you were UCSD Esports Navy, do you have any thoughts on like what you'd pick? Because I'm not entirely sure. It didn't feel like they were running like anything super like mode specific, but it felt like they want to paint. They want to paint with your blood. You know, they want to win the fights. Like, they don't want to stall the fights to get extra points on the board.
If they're that explosive, it could possibly be Rainmaker, or they could just continue with a Clamblitz push and have that Octo Brush continue to zip forward, but then the other team also has an Ink Brush of their own. Both of them are very similar style to what they could do. I think potentially they could go Rain. I think that might be there, but it depends on what they have learned for their comps, because I can see the Explo being a zones thing, and that could swap off, unless if there's another map where they really want to put it to use. So I'm not too sure what they could pick here. I can see Rainmaker, I can see Clams. Tower's questionable, just considering with how Splatterscreen Savers had certain area locked down. Okay, and then it's tower control. That's why I was like, I could see this being semi-questionable, but also, you know, still a potential thing. So as long as UCSD Esports can get those areas locked down as they have that advantage, then I believe they can definitely hold on strong there. Because if they still use this Ink Brush or the Octo Brush with Zipcaster, they can get up to the back of bats, take out the range or distract the range to be able to get those first really hard checkpoints, especially to get up that ramp. But also in the same time, Splatterscreen Savers do have that Ink Brush, but that one isn't flying around in Zipcaster half the time. But it can still run around and be pesky underneath and still paint up on plat. It has the bombs. It can still jump up the side onto the plat. So this could be definitely either way, considering how Splatterscreen Savers had that good hold and even specials ready to hold longer, that's where I'm like, maybe. But UCSD, could we just throw in something out here that's ready to roll? Something that I'm not sure of.
Seems like they're going to be mostly sticking with their guns here. From UCSD Esports Navy, we do see the the Frozen Pro with those Tenta missiles. I think that's a great pick here from Nico on UCSD. Splatterscreen Savers changing things up a bit. Now running the double backline. That's going to be the Crab Charger. Crab very useful here. I do have to wonder, they're relying a lot, I think, on Nebby to be aggressive in this game. Perhaps that's something UCSD can take advantage of in order in their defense. Z-Beam, nice Zipcaster, able to find a pick, and this is going to create a first opening where UCSD Esports Navy is going to be able to get that checkpoint.
Yeah, remember the constant Zipcasters and going around here? That is a huge threat to the edit and the Charger, because now the Charger really has to make sure that they can get that shot on a Zip trying to threaten them, or they lose their charge and have to run around until they're able to do something, unless if they have Crab. So this is actually going really quite well in UCSD Esports' favor because of that work that Z-Bean is doing on that Octobrush to be able to get the team pushing forward and displacing that range.
Yeah, Boba Fox over on that left side with that X-Blow is going to be doing a lot of painting, but now running out of space. We'll see if they're going to be able to get out of here. It's very hard to get out of here with those whales going on, but Boba Fox able to survive, but this seems like it's going to be an easy first checkpoint. All members of Splatterscreen Savers alive. Nebby's going to try and get up into that top right. Bomb's going to force Nebby to back off. Now, a Crab, really well timed. This is going to force members of UCSD Esports all the way back to their spawn. Nice with the triple ink strikes to answer it. That is going to force Splatterscreen Savers to take their foot off the gas, at least for a moment, but they are still alive. That entire engagement went without like a single pick. It was just specials giving and taking space. Now, finally, a member of Splatterscreen Savers is going to be taken out. Z-Beam's going to be getting onto the plat behind them. So Splatterscreen Savers still alive. Very, very interesting neutral engagement in the middle here that UCSD seems to be coming out on top of.
Something also that's really nice about UCSD's comp, and why I also believe that they chose this map, is the double bucket variants with the blob and the slosher combining with the Zipcaster brush, and if they follow it with those missiles, they just know where to put their tidal wave of paint, and it's just, what else are we gonna do? Yes, the range can counter that, but you gotta really make sure they're out of the way. Expo doing a good job getting that one pick there, but of course just couldn't get out of those specials. But there we go, we got the canceled Zipcaster there, but lots of bombs, still lots of pressure on the side of UCSD Esports Navy, and of course their comp showing what can it do to get up. But again, the scoreboard, looking how it is, Splatterscreen Savers can still get up forward there, and if they get their Splatling and Charger into the places where they want to be, it could be not a great time for UCSD Esports Navy, but Z-Bean doing a good job here, just waiting. They know that there's a couple of members here waiting to go. They are able to pick off the one. They are looking for the person on the tower. Aren't able to get him, which they saw the brush, but then is able to get him. There's a jump there. Z-Bean just going to be here to cancel it all. This is Z-Bean's game right here.
Oh my goodness, Z-Bean is going wild here. Excellent shark in the middle here. Blue now looking to create an opening with that advantage that Z-Bean created. That's another nice pick onto that sword. This game has been all UCSD. They have that second checkpoint. The tower is just going to continue rolling. They have the triple ink strikes at the ready. They are going to come out. That's going to be the sword diving the tower. They are going to end up getting taken out. All of UCSD was aware, made sure not to fall for that, and now the tower rolling all the way to that final checkpoint, Devvy.
They're just cruising. There's so much tidal wave of paint that UCSD Esports has. They have the terrain, they have the weapons. They're just able to be like, okay, here, I'm just gonna put paint out here. But I say this, of course, one left alive, but they're just gonna maintain the stack corner as they force whales out. Whales could also be used as a locator here, but just to find it, and it did find it off the stack there, so they know where one was hiding. Z-Bean here is in a corner trying to get rid of that one ink brush. And just UCSD just holding absolute control here, and it's like Splatterscreen Savers, there we go, is just struggling to get through any of this ink. that is being put down.
Yeah, I mean, it's been very difficult for them to deal with Z just being super duper mobile there. The Charger is going to end up getting a pick, but they're going to have to do that several more times. They need to get through 2 checkpoints in order to win this game. There are going to be specials coming out soon unless they can find a pick, but Nicole able to find the shots onto the Charger in overtime. No one else from Splatterscreen Savers nearby. UCSD Esports going to be answering back, and now we have a set, Devvy. It's 1-1, and if you pick Rainmaker Undertow, I am leaving the building. If we play the set that's like Mako zones, High Control Inkblot, Rainmaker, like Undertow, and then what's the Clamblitz map? This is the Clamblitz map of choice.
I see Scorch the most often.
Scorch?
But I couldn't tell you the recent things. Again, I've been out of it for like a month, so. But usually I see Scorch or I think it's usually Barnacle Zones, but we've seen Barnacle Clams once. It might happen again. Mm-hmm. But yeah, no, you're not wrong about the Undertow Rainmaker thing.
It's like I've seen this before.
Those seem to be the main 3, but I'm not gonna lie, considering what Splatterscreen Savers just showed us with a Charger and an edit, yeah, it's kind of likely. Because that is your narrow range map, where that just controls both sides and can go right on forward through, and I'm not 100% sure what UCSD Esports Navy's answer would be, but we've seen Z-Bean, so I think just Z-Bean is the response. But again, just what they just threw for the tower control one, as soon as I realized it was the 2 buckets with the X-Flow and the Slusher, I was like, wait, I understand everything now. Everything just made sense in a split second when it hit me, and I'm like, oh, there's so much fall off. Plus the missiles falling off, or the missiles adding extra pain, and then so just the zip casting brush. There's so much chip that it means enough to just get them out. And when they brought in the Charger and the Splatling, I'm like, they are going to feel it.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like they could get some decent mileage trying to just limit how good the Zipcaster from Z-Bean is. I think Splatterscreen Savers has some like leeway to work with that, or has some ideas to try and counter that. I think they were getting rushed down not super easily this game, but I feel like they perhaps put a little bit too much stock into like being able to like hit their shots with Charger, react quickly to things moving all over the place, because they had a hard time dealing with the aggression coming out. Like that's not a player thing. That's like you can't, if you only hit 80% of shots and the one time you miss, you lose the game. It's not a bet you want to take a lot of the time. I think like maybe it was a little bit too much, too many. I can't even remember the phrase. Like you put your eggs in one basket. Kind of. Is that the right one? Okay. I'm not sure. Sorry, my brain does that.
The exact wording, but I get it. Okay.
It is Rainmaker though.
We do have Rainmaker, but it is an Undertow. We have Museum. This one's interesting. This one's kind of nice. I can see them possibly using that. They have a lot of access to range with the they've shown the decab, agreed. They've shown the Charger, they've shown the edit, and then just there's the ink brush playing between all of them, right? So I can see how they want to make use of that, how there's a lot of things where they could just go around the side or whatnot. The one thing about this one is that at the start of the game, pop isn't like, a thing that you necessarily need to go for because it doesn't paint much on this map. This is like one of those maps where even if you get pop, it doesn't really give you an advantage for anything unless if somebody's nearby and it actually gets them. So you can, it's like you can paint for specials and picks and then go for pop. It's kind of one of those reverse maps, but people can still burst and go for it. There's nothing wrong with that. Everyone has their way of playing this map. I'm curious to know what Splatterscreen Savers has in store here.
Yeah, that'll certainly be interesting. I mean, I wouldn't hate like a double backline situation on this map. This map is so big and you can get away with just having long range, raining down, especially on defense, that it could work out just fine for Splatterscreen savers here. But I mean, things like that decav, like you said, are going to be very useful, especially like, using that bubble around the checkpoint.
Yes.
They have a lot going for them, I think, on this map here, and I think it's such a big map. It's a lot more manageable to deal with. Like, I think players are going to be spaced out a lot more. That things like that Zipcaster will have to like choose one person to go after.
It'll really have to go in different directions, unless if they just cut there. Oh, we're already going into the game. Okay, we have an S-Blast on the side of Splatterscreen savers that is showing out there. I've seen lots of things of S-Blast lately. And I think pop had happened. I didn't see for who, but S-Blast getting immediately two. Cooler coming out 2 down on the side of UCSD Esports. Navy, I hear the Zipcaster from Bean. Bean wants to go for that edit. Or not edit. Sorry. Yeah, no, it is the edit. My bad. I got confused in my own brain. It was the edit that they were going for, but Zipcaster trying to displace the edit, but we do see the wiper appearing, but does go down to Z-Bean. Z-Bean gonna hide in that corner, 2 down on the side of UCSD Esports Navy. Zuka is coming out as well, but it looks like there's still 2 down there. It looks like Rainmaker has been got. It looks like Z-Bean tried to make a move with the Rainmaker there, but did get punished trying to make that jump.
Yeah, they did end up getting punished now. Still a very even game. Neither of these teams able to move that Rainmaker anywhere just yet. Strikes are going to come out. That's going to clear off top mid. Z-Bean's going to try and use that to get onto the enemy plat, and they're successful. They're able to find a few picks and pinch the team with UCSD Esports. Now they have a clear path to the middle. The Rainmaker does get reset at an inopportune time, though, so this isn't going to be a checkpoint just yet. And instead, oh my god, they get blocked, so they're not looking at all. Huge bump coming out of their head at this point. Excellent stuff from Devvy. Now moved over to the wiper on this game.
Oh my gosh, I was like, oh no, like just following along with what you were saying, and I saw the hammer, I'm like, it's going to get yeeted, and it picked 2 off on that throw, giving the prime opportunity for Splatterscreen savers. That whole thing that Z-Bean set up just completely gone, and they might even just get it there. No, they didn't. It was stopped at 1. UCSD has to now try to get a knockout in this game. But, oh my goodness. There's still a good 2 minutes and 50 seconds left in this game. Anything can happen, but Splatterscreen savers just opting on that absolute turnaround with that hammer, and oh, that bomb was beautiful. And now just has to try to find their way back forward, and Z-Bean is the one to help make that like the displacement happen with the others to follow up on. There is definitely a way that they can do this. They just have to be fully prepared for it.
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly a long hill to climb for UCSD Esports Navy, getting all the way to 1. It's so much easier to play defense in Rainmaker when you know like what you have to protect against. Like, you can give up space. It's just another advantage that Splatterscreen savers will have in this game here. UCSD Esports is going to need to make a lot of moves. Yeah, I mean, Z-Bean goes to the flank there, and like instantly the entire team turns around to face them. Not much you can do at that point as an Octobrush. So UCSD Esports is going to need to attack from multiple angles in order to get it. This could be an opportunity to get that first checkpoint. Z-Bean moving up, clearing the space. That is going to be a big checkpoint for UCSD Esports. They're going to need to probably get onto that high ground if they want to really come back into this game.
Looks like they were trying to get that Zipcaster off up high, but the S-Blast said no. Something now that they have to realize is the Blaster is going to take away a lot of their places to hide, especially for Z-Bean. But yeah, as you were saying, Splatterscreen savers realize that Z-Bean is a massive threat, so they need to spot this brush at all times, because this is how UCSD is going to push in. Very nice Booyah Bomb there, catching 1. Isn't able to get the jump. The Rainmaker does have to stay back here. They are the only one left alive here. They're going to just try to just keep it in the corner here. Z-Bean trying to jump in. Oh no, they're running back towards the middle with it, instead of just kind of keeping it in the air, but they're just going to put it in a corner there because just to find another way to get back at it. But we're in the last minute here. Zuka picking off the bucket on the side there. Unfortunate. So now we're leaving at the little bit of a disadvantage here. Last 30 seconds here. Rainmaker's just kind of being held around in the middle. Cooler is out on the side of Splatterscreen Savers, and they just do not want to let UCSD get around, especially Z-Bean.
Yeah, no, not at all. They have a lot of space to work with at this point. They don't need to be too aggressive. The missiles are going to force them to back off. That's going to be UCSD Esports using those missiles and the strikes to begin their attack. Oh, did you see that? They're all just standing on the slick there. The Zipcaster flies right by them. Now, they're all jumping out. Splatterscreen Savers has a lot of room to work with at this point, but are they going to need it? The Blaster charges the Rainmaker, finds one, not quite enough, but there's so many specials. There's going to be so many attempts at this Rainmaker's life, and I don't think they're going to survive them all.
Poor little Rainmaker. They just see your fate about to go get like, whacked by a hammer.
You're a Pac-Man ghost.
Exactly. It took me a second. I just pictured that in my mind, and I'm like, oh my god, you're right.
Oh my goodness. But yeah, Splatterscreen Savers, they getting that all the way to one. It's like one of those games where there's like one tiny lapse. The rest of the game is like even, but like that one lapse for the huge push from Splatterscreen Savers ends up deciding the game. They were just able to play like a whole 3.5 minutes with knowing they had just a huge buffer behind them. So difficult for UCSD Esports Navy, but Splatterscreen Savers now just a game away from winners finals. They are so close. They can taste it. They really, really want to end up winning this game rather than taking it to a game 5. But UCSD Esports Navy is going to be picking a map here. I believe they can't. I can't recall if it is they can't pick the last mode they won on or any mode they won on. We'll have to take a quick peek at the rules here, but we should not be seeing tower control. So if we see anything, it will likely be like Clamblets, Rainmaker, maybe even zones. And I feel like they might give another shot at Rainmaker if I were to guess. No, we're actually going to be seeing zones.
Yeah, I was going to say probably something more controlling because they have that Explo and Bucket comp. So I was like, it's probably going to be definitely more of a controlling area where they can go. I wouldn't give them an overall a bursty mode, which is Rainmaker. But yeah, I could see their Bucket comp coming back here for this one. And I feel like Splatterscreen Savers probably would have that in consideration for this right away. So I don't think they're going to pull out an edit charger here. I think they're going to have something else in behind to be able to help counter what could potentially be those two buckets coming back into play here. That Blaster might even stay. That Blaster was doing a good job helping to control middle and around the ledges. Like, that S-Blast really pokes out on the sides of Urchin here.
Yeah, totally. I mean, I feel like this map, I don't know if it's Brush Heaven. I feel like it's very, very good for the Brush. I feel like long-range weapons are going to have a hard time here just because there's such a weird hill close to that zone.
It is a weird hill. That's how I described it. I'm like, there's just a weird hill here. I'm just going to sprinkler mode part of this until I figure out what I'm doing.
Like, I guess I'll go left, question mark? Not entirely...
Yeah, this one's okay, you have a person who's looking at the things underneath, and they do have they have one brush, the other one is the wiper. Of course, they have Z-Bean there, but Z-Bean is not using Zipcaster. They're using beacons. So this is just going to... I've seen a lot of beacon setups on this map. Like, beacons are really good for this map. It really can get other members back in and set up, especially if you don't realize there's beacons in a place where you don't want them.
Yeah, there's so many corners. It's so easy to hide those beacons, and you do not want to be locked out on this map here. ZB moving up aggressively, going to find a couple hits, changing targets in the middle of the fight. They're going to end up running circles around the entire team there. UCSD Esports Navy not able to follow up with it as well, but they are going to end up getting that early cap. It's now going to be a pick from Bloob here in the zone with that splat bomb onto Nebby. So now UCSD Esports maintaining that lead, trying to just grow it, get some paint control. They still don't have any enemy territory just yet, but they have specials and paint in order to like get ready for a push to do that.
Ooh, Loading was doing a nice job holding that corner there, getting the one pick, just falling short on the other, but then got followed up with that hammer to help make sure everything was going to go smoothly. See, the Splatterscreen savers, they do have control again here now, but of course UCSD Esports Navy just getting the initial control. Looks like we've got the splashdown I just saw just happen on the side. I believe they did get one pick, Z-Bean getting another. They're going for this edit! The edit just had no idea they were there! There was no reaction of turnaround whatsoever. Z-Bean getting away with those splats there, and UCSD Esports showing why they are countering this, of course, with that double bucket. They have the zap, and now they have the extra rain and the beacons. They have a lot of places they can go around here. We got two specials online for both teams now. The Zuka trying to get a pick here on the side, isn't able to find one. I heard Nebby's hammer. It is in behind there, trying to do some work. Did get dodged, but there's a lot of contest in the middle. Bloob coming around from the side, getting one. Bloob was in a really nice spot there, just getting another pick with that follow-up, getting a third. Bloob with the pop off there. It was in such a good spot for where the bucket can just go forward and get those sloshes over the terrain and get it for where it's going towards down. Really nice play there by Bloob.
Yeah, huge triple. That's going to be a lot of space created for UCSD Esports Navy. Now, they're going to be able to regain control of that zone, but I mean, the hammer that's been coming out like every 15 seconds has certainly been a thorn on their side. Despite all of those picks, it's been a slugfest. Both these teams just getting picks and the zone has kind of come as an afterthought at this point. UCSD Esports Navy now stuck back for the first time this game. Splatterscreen savers looking to create an opening. Here comes Nebby again. They don't have a hammer this time. They end up trading with the brush. Now the blaster loading's taken out. It's Boba Fox with a nice pick. UCSD Esports Navy hoping to push their advantage here, and that's huge. A couple nice team ups from Boba Fox and other members of the team, and that is going to be a really convincing hold from their team here. Now they finally are able to get set up towards this hill. Bloob just maintaining a lot of control over that right side with backup from that Explo.
Those backup Explo plays were wonderful. Oh my goodness! Screensavers tried to get another way to go forward, but Z-Bean said no, followed by, I believe, Boba Fox was there too, and another. The edit trying to do a last-minute thing to get a couple, was able to get another. I think the edit got, did the edit get two splats there, or just one before they were trying to get zone? I didn't see, but it looked like they were just getting there, and if Z-Bean wasn't there, that could have definitely been a zone flip.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, that was certainly a little bit of a spooky situation near the end there, because it's just one of those situations where you throw everything into holding the zone, even if multiple members of your team go down. UCSD Esports able to hang on. This has been an interesting set. You know, it's game 5. Splatterscreen Savers is going to have the pick. It's been interesting. I think like game 1, I don't want to say all Splatterscreen Savers, but mostly them. Game 2, mostly UCSD. It's been all one team and then all the next and then all the other. And it's been back and forth.
They've been playing their counter picks well, and something with these counter picks is that they're playing it definitely in the favor of their comps. So like you'll have like UCSD Esports' counter pick was TC Inkblot. Lots of terrain. They brought out the 2 buckets. They had all of the chip poke, had it there. And then when they brought out Museum, it was a lot more flat. They had to change their comp a little bit. And Splatterscreen Savers were definitely able to catch out Z-Bean more. They were able to have more room to move and just move in with their extra range comp. And then again, we have the UCSD Esports counter pick. More terrain, lots of play in the middle, and just a way for Brush and the buckets to combo with each other. So now Splatterscreen Savers with this pick probably want to avoid a very terrain map. Otherwise, those double buckets are going to cause them more trouble. And you can see that they're definitely struggling when, if Z-Bean can get forward, they'll have either one slosher on them or the Explo following up. Because we saw how the Explo was following up very well in that bottom corner with the stuff that was happening. So it was going crazy. And even with the slosher themselves getting into a prime position to set up for that triple and able to get it. So now the real question is, how are we going to dodge this? We just got to dodge that terrain map from UCSD. Yeah. But you never know. They could be ready for it. There could be like that one map that they know, hey, like this isn't great for our comp. Let's just practice the heck out of it and be good at it.
Yeah, I mean, that's certainly an option. Like, the thing is, UCSD has won on their counter picks, right? They think they picked maps that they know they're strong on. This, perhaps, a little bit of a different story. We're going to be going to Umami Ruins for Game 5. Interesting middle of the map on this one. I think not too many places to like zipcast around. There's no walls most of the places on this map. It's certainly an interesting pick. I think that things like that sword, whichever sword comes out, are going to be very good at pushing through that tunnel to the to the basket. So this seems like a great pick coming out from Splatterscreen Savers. And we're going to be seeing Clamblitz for the first time in this set, which kind of a whole different ballgame from the other modes.
Yeah, and I think considering what we saw from the first game with Splat Zones, with how Splatterscreen Savers was definitely like more of a unit, had stuff ready to get locked down, I can see Clamblitz going well in their favor here. But I can also see the X-Flow combo actually working quite well. But of course this could close down Z-Bean a little bit, but you never know. Z-Bean's has gotten around and just worked with any kind of thing that their team has to help them do brush things. But it can also work the other way if that ink brush comes back out on the side of Splatterscreen Savers, because they do have that ink brush on hand if they want to use it.
That's a really interesting idea, that ink brush could come out.
They're using the carbon instead.
Okay. No changes coming out from UCSD. It seems like they
did bring the Pro back, though.
They did bring the Pro back. Yes, that's interesting. I think the missiles are going to be very useful for pushing in here. But more adaptations coming out from Splatterscreen Savers, rocking that crab and the carbon with the Zuka. I think the carbon could get a lot of mileage, getting some nice picks over on the top mid here. Not able to knock out UCSD Esports immediately. Some trades going off, but the carbon is doing a lot of damage here as they try and move up aggressively. Finds two picks, ends up walking right into that splashdown from the Expo, and that's exactly what it does. You think, you're like, oh, we gotta go, we got 3 members down, and then they press their special, and the 2 people who were like, yes, let's be proactive, are punished for their arrogance, I guess.
Hello, Carbon!
Hello, Carbon. Having a nice meal. Midday meal here in the middle of the Explo and another member of UCSD Esports, but pretty neutral overall. Neither team able to get a big lead just yet. Some power clams online. It does seem like UCSD is playing pretty patient with that clam. They are giving up space in order to make that power clam, and maybe that will end up biting them as they end up all grouping inside that bubble there. The carbon's going to come out yet again. The splashdown answers back. Kind of seeing a pattern here, Devvy.
Yeah, the splashdown is definitely the counter to this carbon, but this is also UCSD Esports is running the same comp that they ran on the TC Inkblot game. So you have the location and the tidal waves of ink, but in this case, it is getting slowed down. Like, this carbon's quicker. Splatterscreen Savers have that extra paint now with the help of the splash and the crab. Like, the decav can still output some, and then you have the edit as well, just to be able to give that carbon a lot of space to be able to follow up on a direction where their other teammates are looking at, and this really works out well to be able to get down what they want, because they do not want these buckets to have any control. They do not want Z-Bean to follow up, and right now the bucket actually has control. But so the bucket did what it wanted to do, and it just completely reversed of what I was attempting to say. But ZB now on top, trying to give the Explo a spot to be able to get something there. But these burst bombs are doing a lot of damage to UCSD Esports, just poking them off the top. They're getting the Carbon in closer. The Carbon here just trying to go forth, get something happen. But what it is doing, it is also pulling UCSD back. As soon as the Carbon gets forward, it has to pull them back a little bit to be able to make sure that they can't slip through. So UCSD is having trouble getting past that pillow in middle. They're just still kind of stuck on their side, while Splatterscreen Savers are continuing to throw stuff at them, whether it's burst bombs or themselves.
Yeah, I mean, 3 minutes into the game, neither team any points on the board just yet. 2 members taken out on the side of Splatterscreen Savers. It's all going to come down to whether this Carbon's able to do anything, but no, they're ending up coming blank, ending up backing up. They know the Carbon's sharking there, so UCSD is going to be able to get that power claim into the basket without going a single member down. 2 members more taken out, score all the way down to below 50. Blue's going to get an extra claim into the basket. UCSD doing an excellent job staying alive, just trickling claims in. Another power claim comes to the basket. Nicole in mid, gaining some extra claims. The timer ticking down. Splatterscreen Savers going to be able to get back to the zone, and well-placed bomb is going to slow their push back into mid, though. Huge push from UCSD Esports, and now they're in the driver's seat with 1 minute left in the game here in Game 5.
Wow, yeah, that push just sneaking past through the Carbon. It's even getting a nice pick in middle there just to make sure that the team get control. And then the follow-up with those buckets. The Zuka getting a double there. Wait a second. What an angle. Just get the one on top and down on the side. Just the Zuka going right around. Z-Bean here being like, nope, you can't do this. Go away. We need to hold this here. 40 seconds left. That Crab is ready to go for the side of Splatterscreen Savers, and if that gets into middle, that could be a bad thing. But of course, the UCSD Esports does not want to lose that mid too easily. You can see Z-Bean is going back and forth trying to cover that, but loading here on the Carbon, trying to get that pick. The splashdown not able to get them, but they were spotted out, called out. Z-Bean did have that climb. Unfortunately, it did mark them. They did not want that, but now Splatterscreen Savers that Crab out there. It looks like that ramp is more in their favor there. They're just trying to find it. The bubble is set up. They're able to score here. Now, are they going to be able to continue their push while overtime happens? There's yes, one left alive.
It's just the one member left alive. One last pick. Jumps able to get back in time. UCSD ending up coming back in the set, ending up winning in Game 5, battling back, winning finally on Splatterscreen Savers counter pick, and they are going to be moving on to winners finals. Huge stuff from them. It seemed like it was an uphill battle for part of this set, but when they were on, they were on.
Absolutely. That was there. Like as soon as I saw Umami, I'm like, okay, double buckets. What is Splatterscreen Savers doing? I hope they have a response. And I mean, the Carbon did a good job there, but then of course there's a couple moments where it got stuck, and then as soon as any kind of bucket got control, it just took away kind of anything, and then the Carbon now has to wait for something to happen. And they did have a moment to shine there at the bottom. They did set up that push really well, but unfortunately, as soon as they set that push up, 3 of them went down immediately. I saw just like, whoa, everything went down at one time, and all that was left was the splash. I was like, uh-oh. This is overtime. We needed to live. But wow, this is, even then, even with that said, with bubble up as well, the defense there from UCSD Esports, they still had Splatterscreen Savers had a lot of clowns to still score yet. So UCSD Esports just able to get those quick 3 down was definitely a good time, because I think they would have had a hard time trying to destroy that bubble.
Yeah, I mean, the hero of that game, I feel like, and maybe throughout the set, I think, the Explo, the splashdown,
with the splashdown, yes,
it stopped so many snowball situations. Carbon loves snowballing. Yeah. You get one pick, you just like get up close before anyone realizes, and you take out the entire team. I mean, that I think saved UCSD several times throughout that set, especially in that last game. And I think, like, for example, if there's no splashdown under the clam basket when at the start of the game when the carbon gets in, I think that's that's 40 points at least on the board for Splatterscreen savers. So
Yeah.
great stuff. Splatterscreen savers is going to be, I think, taking their first loss of the tournament. They're going to be going to losers bracket. They still have a shot, and they're going to be trying to battle their way all the way back to losers finals, and then grands if they're able to make it. So we'll keep an eye on Splatterscreen savers as we move farther into the day, but we are going to be seeing UCSD in finals as well. But what are we going to be seeing on the other side? Because we still don't know. It's a 2-2 set going to game 5 between HLG Gold and USF Green. Incredible stuff. Game 5s on both sides of semis.
Yeah, that's... things are good when this happens.
Oh, yeah, for sure. But, yeah, we have not seen HLG Gold just yet, but that's the other team that had not taken a loss. USF Green we saw in the set earlier. They've been doing an excellent job so far. They are going to be... Well, I'm not sure exactly how this set's going to go, but I can try and spy on one of their streams.
We can spy on it, or maybe we can even see it ourselves. We can see it on our screen going there as our lovely streamer has able to pull these up here and there for us, as we can see things back and forth here live as they're actually getting ready to play their game 5. So we might be able to see that as well as it goes on. But looks like it's going to TC Manta Maria. Oh boy, TC Manta on a game 5.
Interesting.
This could, like, just with that one, just those streets here. It's funny, I'm still into this set that we just saw with the double buckets. And I'm like, oh my gosh, the double buckets on Manta in the streets would be so painful.
Mm-hmm. Oh goodness. Yeah, interesting. It seems like they're having trouble getting their fourth in going to this game 5, but
just a little bit, but at least we'll still be able to get to see it and show it
yeah,
off
it's
here.
very
So
exciting.
we'll be able to actually see who's making their way on to be able to fight UCSD in the winners finals here. After taking that win over Splatterscreen savers, probably feels really good to them right now. So hopefully they can keep that fight up for whoever they face here versus HLG Gold and USF Green for the whoever comes out on top of that one. But both teams, both winners of these two sets, of this one that we're about to see the game 5 of and the one that we just casted, are going to have such high morale for getting here. They get to game 5, and then taking that game 5, that's a huge morale boost.
Absolutely. Like, game 5 situations feel so bitter if you end up getting taken out in the end. It's very difficult, and if you're gonna end up winning this tournament, you gotta battle through those game 5 situations, not just one but multiple, as we're finally gonna be jumping into it in, I think, a moment. Some interesting picks, Mr. Peanut. Perhaps, maybe I shouldn't say anything. No, it's on stream. I was wondering, what if they're watching the stream and we're giving away the team compositions? But that's on them. If they're watching the stream while we're watching them, that's on them.
Don't worry about it too much. I mean,
turn off the stream.
Turn off. At least we don't hear, but yeah, no, it's just seeing there. You never know. It could also just be taking time, but even if we do see it, like there are definitely some very skilled Squiffer players in the comp scene, and I praise them. I know they're not on it now, but as they swapped, but I do remember seeing some good Squiffer battles at a LAN. And boy, those were great.
What do you know? What Squiffer player you're thinking of?
There's two of them. And if I could remember that B... I feel like I'm going to get them mixed up. I know that there's 2 of them, but can I remember the names? Oh my goodness. Is one of them Woomph?
Yes, I teamed with
Yes.
Woomph. Woomph still plays
I was like,
Squiffer a lot.
Woomph is the first name popping into my head right now.
Woomph has won H-Town with Squiffer, so we can't underestimate the Squiffer here, as I think we'll be seeing it coming out into Game 5, unless I blinked and it was gone.
You blinked and you missed.
I blinked and I missed it. Unfortunate.
You blinked and you missed it. They changed to Fro Pro, but we got Fro Pro versus Forge Pro.
A good name. Fro Pro. Yeah, that's good. Fro Pro. Sounds tasty. Yeah, 2 pros here. Haven't seen Forge Pro in a hot minute, but again, Dreadringer coming out. I think like not every team, but we did see the Dreadringer from USF earlier in the tournament, as well as this edit's going to be trying to hold that high ground here. It's going to be just both teams kind of jockeying for position in the middle here. It ends up being USF Gold ends up getting taken out as USF Green. HLG Gold is going to end up getting that first push of the set here.
It didn't get very far, though. That Booyah Bomb able to stall a little bit, but not for long. It looks like more members of USF did get taken down on that top corner there. First checkpoint should be here for sure in the favor of, this is HLG's side, I believe, that we're looking at. Yes. Ooh, the Pencil just up in that top corner and getting some members around the side, able to just take a back route to this tower, and now just immediately taking middle and going around the side here.
Yeah, some interesting decisions, I think, at this point. HLG now on the defensive here, gathering up onto that high ground here. There's no easy way to get up into this top right here. So the backlines are going to kind of end up turtling up here, see if they can clear some space. But the Buckets perhaps able to do some damage, ends up getting 1 pick. The edit's going to drop towards the tower. They're going to end up forcing members of USF back as as they end up retreating to the enemy bunker, but it doesn't seem to have stopped the tower. Mooney doing a great job playing evasive. It's so easy to just try and fight and end up getting taken out on that tower, but USF continuing that push.
As I like to say it, whenever the backlines are on the grates, I always like to go, uh-oh, someone's tickling my toes. And in that case, the Splatling here was trying to do that. But yeah, no, Mooney was like, no, I'm not having my toes tickled. I'm going to stay alive and just move you out of the way. No tickling my toes. This is my domain. And just able to hold the grate. But just still, USF is still maintaining this first thing. And they even have the bubble at the checkpoint. So this is a solid state here as they're able to break that checkpoint.
Yeah, tower moving into the... Oh my goodness, yeah. Very, very difficult spot to attack this from, especially with the Dreadringer coming out from USF tower all the way through that close to that final checkpoint. Yeah, diving to it. And the bubble is ready. Oh my goodness. This is devastating. USF looking to put this set away. Edit's taken out. The tower going to roll all the way to 3 points. The tower's gonna be dived by HLG. They're gonna stop it in time, but it's gonna get re-grabbed again because they have not gotten the picks. The Reef Slider comes in. Oh, but there's
still people on the tower. They're still there. It's just jump after jump. There's 3 members there. They're coolered. There's only 1 person left alive. They're coming around. It's just 1 person after stall. But you can see that just USF is just diving back into the play here. Okay, never mind. They're all gone now. HLG finally able to stop the tower and now looking to try to gain some kind of mid control here. They did pop cooler here. Pencil here is up on the top left. I believe that is Mooney who's on the top left. You can see bombs being thrown out over bunker here. There's more paint going down over that other side. I was like, someone's in mid right now. And there was someone, in fact, in mid. It was that Dreadringer that got picked out. There's one trying to come over the bunker on the right-hand side. There's still bombs being chucked here on the right. There's still another one over with the Pencil on the left. And it looks like the bunker one got taken down. There was another one on the side, 2 for 2. Yep, still that one on the top left is going to help jump down on that tower. It looks like they want to take that fight. They want to stall things down there around the bunker. There is 48 seconds left in this game. Tower, here comes a reef. Looks like the Edit is able to live from the reef, but to go down on that top side there. Edit here just trying to stay alive, get back, trying to give jumps for teammates, but is trying to maintain paint control, trying to find this pick, but just isn't able to lock on to the target, and does get picked off in return, but it looks like that Dread did get also taken down. But 25 seconds left, and we don't really have a stationary setup for HLG, while USF is all up, ready to go. They have that bubble ready on the junior, and there it is.
Oh my goodness, yeah. Now that tower just rocketing through, no checkpoints in the way. HLG 10 seconds left. They have to make a move. They're on their last legs here in winner's bracket. I don't know if this is gonna be able, if they're gonna be able to do it at this point. They're gonna have to dive the tower. Too many specials coming from every direction. It's a wipeout, and USF is going to end up winning. They're gonna be making it to winners finals.
That is huge. We've got we have USF Green, I think, was predicted to make it up here, but HLG Gold, you've mentioned that they were undefeated yesterday, so they're taking the loss here, going down into losers bracket, but of course they can still fight their way back up. It's not over yet. Yeah. They still have their way up back into it, but we're going to be seeing UCSD Esports Navy take on USF Green. So this is definitely going to be quite the set. Both of these teams are going to be absolutely ready to roll to fight this. And just going off of here, USF Green, from what we saw in the first set, is going to have a lot of team like synergy here. Like, they love to move as a wall forward. They love to just to go and have their push secured and then go. And then UCSD Esports here, so much follow-up with their weapon comp. Like, I love how their weapon comp synergize with each other. The players are making use of it. It does have its few weaknesses, but then they find it and they try to cover it the best they can and still get those pushes off. So it is going to be quite the set here to see who's going to break through each other's lines first. Is it going to be just that one push and there's the game? Is it going to be back and forth throughout and then the final 30 seconds decide it all? At this point, you don't know. We're in winners finals. Both of these, we got the 1 and 2 ready to roll here for just to fight each other. I'm pretty sure they're both absolutely hyped to get ready to go here. Where they're like, oh, okay, shake it off. We're doing it again. Everyone approaches it differently to get themselves prepared for a game like this.
Yeah,
just
they have to be ready.
Who's going to want it more?
Who wants it more? And I mean, it's still not just a game between two teams, because all 4 of these teams, I think, are a threat. You know, 2 of them are going to be coming through losers side to losers finals. It's going to be, I have no idea who will make it back in order to, you know, into grand finals. But this set should be very, very interesting. I mean, UCSD was just super duper explosive throughout their set.
I mean, they do have an Explo. They should be explosive.
They were explosive. Exactly. Exactly. Lots of chip damage coming out from every direction. USF Green, I think a little bit more like balanced, rocking the, you know, cooler and whatnot. But yeah, it's, who knows how this is going to go, because I think, I believe it's going to be starting on Zones Mahi as the first map, if I'm not mistaken, which is interesting.
It is, flat. Yeah. Compared to what we've seen from like UCSD's comp, I can see like they'll still probably have like the Explo in that, but I wonder if they're gonna change a few things up, because this is a, you know, more of a tight but yet open kind of map. So I don't know if they're gonna do what they did. They might run something that they ran in the Mako game that they did in the last set. But yeah, there'll probably be a few differences from what they've seen, but I think they're still going to have some of their 2 main units being that Octobrush and the custom Explo.
Yeah, certainly going to be very interesting what they pull out here. I mean, both of these teams are... Let me take a quick look at their history again. I don't think they have played each other. Or did they? Let me see. USF Green has not played this team. They have not played this team in the sets. So, or excuse me, yesterday in the qualifier day 1. But both of these teams super strong qualifier results. One of these teams is just two set wins away from a victory in the CCA Season 2 qualifier. It's not qualifier. Excuse me, CCA Season 2 finale. But it's close, and we have so many more good sets ahead of us. I mean, this will be very interesting.
It was even interesting from the get-go. Like, you can just see, like, these teams definitely, they fought their way to be here. And from what we've seen in even the standings, like, I know it doesn't tell the entirety of the story, but just seeing how, like, even in round 1, we only had one set that went to a 3-0. And in round 2, at least of winners, they both went to game 5. Now, and even in the first round of the losers bracket as well, they both went to game 3. So, like, we've had 1-2-0 in round 2 of losers, but just these teams are just going absolutely crazy versus each other, and just there's only been a couple just sweeps, just initial sweeps, but they might not, like I said, they might even not tell the whole story. Like with USF Green and RIT, they did fight in that game, even though the score says 3-0. There was definitely a good battle on those games, and it could have went either way if like a different outcome happened for a couple fights. It could have flipped. It was there. We've seen it. But yeah, and here we are. Just the scoreboard might not tell the whole story for the 3-0s, but even just by looking at it, you can tell what crazy sets are happening right now, even behind the scenes.
Yeah. I mean, just a quick update on the bracket so far. RIT White Marlins ended up going down to Tamu White. Champlain Cerulean ended up going down to last ditch efforts. Now Splatterscreen Savers ended up beating Tamu White. HLG Gold will be fighting last ditch efforts, and the winner will be fighting the Splatterscreen Savers. After that, it's semifinal or losers semifinals, then losers finals. We will be casting the winners finals here, and then passing it off to another set of wonderful casters to take you through the rest of the tournament. But we have an incredible set ahead of us. USF Green, UCSD Esports Navy. You know, it could have been the other two teams just as easily.
It very well could have, yeah. Just with how those sets went, it could have been the 7 and 8 seed in the bracket going against each other rather than the 1 and 2. So it was that close.
It really was. But goodness. But yeah, Zones Mahi as the first map. I don't know exactly how I feel. Is this like Explo's fine, but is this like an Explo map?
I mean, it can. I don't know if I'd call it like a absolute go-to Expo thing, but it can definitely be annoying on this one here and there. That's why it has its vulnerable spots. But I mean, considering how UCSD has used it, it can get out of some sticky situations. Like when you know how to use the Explo and are used to its, like, you know, its heaviness and just how to use it with a team, you can do whatever with it as long as the team knows how to work for it. I wouldn't call it like initially a go-to, but you can definitely make use of it.
That's true. Yeah. I mean, it's a map without that many like corners and whatnots, so I think that's kind of what UCSD Esports was thriving on. Maybe a little bit of a more difficult situation. I mean, if you remember back in the first sets that we were watching, USF Green was throwing out Reef Slider after Reef Slider after Reef Slider.
Yeah, so, I can see that happening again here. So
Zones may be a difficult ask for UCSD Esports Navy. We'll see how they're going to answer those Reef Sliders coming in, because, you know, if they want to prevent them from happening, they really need to get into the spawn of USF Green to stop that. It's certainly interesting.
They might even, UCSD might even bring out one of their own to potentially use. I don't I don't think I fully see it, but could be a possibility. They might, know what they could be up against and do that. But even then, like, just going back to the Explo here, as long as it can maintain some points, and even when the water levels shift, some certain parts of the map, you get an extra kind of block on the side there, and just some extra things where the Explo can hit and displace better, even like because it was open before and now it's a different terrain level. So the Explo, you really don't want that to have control when the water level changes, when those rise. So it can be really strong with holding back if it can stay there. But USF Green, they do have that Dread, they have that Reef, and the Dread can really knock them off of their spot if they get close. So just as long as they maintain that there. But again, the Explo has a lot of guards around them. They had that Slosher with the extra protection. Of course, they have Z-Bean trying to distract on the side. And even with the Pro and the other weapon flip, I'm not going to lie, I can't remember the other one off the top of my head. But just the combination of them all. Like, I love how here it's like, okay, it's not as much DPS power, but it's a lot of poke. Enough poke to be a DPS power. So
there's a lot of poke in there. That is for certain.
Yep. I always love comps like those. Like I love seeing them. Fighting them is another story. But I do love to see them and how they can thrive. So just seeing comps like that go. And again, they all have a weakness point. The other team just, has to find it. Be like, oh, this is so annoying. And I'm like, okay, how do you make it not annoying? Find a weakness. And a lot of people just forget that and they'll be like, oh, it's so annoying. I don't want to do this. I don't even want to do this anymore. Okay, well, yeah, just make it not annoying.
I mean, something we did see like in the previous set, like all of that chip damage, if you have a super duper mobile weapon, like you can kind of navigate around it pretty well. We actually see a couple things that we didn't see last set coming out from UCSD Esports, including the no wait, it's not the Frozen Pro is the Rapid.
Yeah, we've seen that. It's the we haven't seen the Brella yet or that Rapid come out for their comp, but we have seen the Brush and the Pro before. Meanwhile, on UCF Green, they brought out the blue Dapples.
Oh, it's a Winter Rapid. That's right. Yeah, the blue Dapples.
It is a Winter Rapid.
Yeah, Dapples have been very popular recently. Like super mobile weapon. Not necessarily this one, but sometimes this one, depending on the situation. Does provide that Reef Slider as well as some really nice fast close range killing power. Not able to get it with that Reef Slider there, but USF Green is just ticking down the timer as we speak, and there's that chip damage coming into effect. Not able to move out of the way of those missiles, ending up getting stuck in the ink. UCSD Esports now has some nice control of mid, as just Awful's going to be able to clean up with that Sorella Brella. Move up kind of with impunity. They have a nice block. That Reef Slider is going to be forced to go away from the zone, so things are coming up great for UCSD Esports here. USF Green's going to move in on that left side with the cooler, but are they going to be able to move in to take the zone? It remains to be seen, Devvy.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Well, it's getting there. Glitch is trying to do something there, but does get picked off, so they're able to stop that paint. But the Blaster can't quite paint this alone, as the other shooter is outpainting them pretty quickly. So Blaster here is able to get the cooler out and go from there. But we were talking about how USF Green with their Dread was just going Reef Slider after Reef Slider, but they're running a double Reef Slider comp now. So that one Reef Slider that was a stray off to the side, I believe that was supposed to be a distraction, while the other one came in and used another one. But they actually they shut down the Dread Ringer before they got to where they needed or had their special. So that actually worked out well in UCSD's favor in that case. So they didn't have that other Reef Slider to be able to get the zone back. But look at how close that the score was here right there. UCSD really close to potentially getting closer to getting the lead back. But USF Green able to take back the zone. They had the Reef Sliders handy. Of course, we're going to be saying that a lot this game. And UCSD trying to find a corner to go out with that Brella, just trying to block some of the bombs, slowly making its way forward. You could see it did get one pick, but it ended up actually being the last one alive as the rest of UCSD got caught out on the backside there. The Brella was able to push up as far as they could. It did get one pick, but it didn't get enough. So USF Green here trying to hold forward here, but this Dread just trying to add some chips. The rest around the corner. Glitch is just here, hiding in the back, doing dually things, picking off the Brella. It looks like they're trying to get some paint in middle, but the only one that's painting the middle is the Blaster.
Not the ideal situation there, but that's all thanks to the aggressive power that USF put forward. They're going to end up taking game 1 here in I'm not going to say dominant fashion, but they certainly put their pedal to the metal there and were able to just start the lockout. UCSD Esports ended up having to scramble towards the end there. So UCSD Esports has been doing an excellent job on their counter picks. In particular, USF Green, super strong game 1, but if UCSD Esports is going to be able to perform very well, like specifically on their counter picks, I would not be surprised if we saw like Urchin again here, like Urchin zones. If UCSD Esports is not able to be stopped on their counter picks, it could be still a very sticky situation for USF.
Very well could be, and I think for the... Yeah, it was. I was looking to see who was all in for USD Esports, and they did switch out their Explo player, and then they had the Brella player come in. I was like, okay, that was a different switch there. So they didn't have the Explo one there, if I recall correctly, just remembering the names off the top. So they switched it up there and tried to make use of the Brella. And I mean, the Brella was getting in towards fights there, here and there, but just everyone else got caught out from in behind. UCF Green was just like, okay, we'll just let the Brella go do its thing. Let's go take out the other ones, and then we'll go tackle the Brella. So they kind of took their fights of, what do we need to get rid of first? What's going to follow up with this? And then we'll go here. So, but I could see the Brella was adding on a lot, and especially when they had like the inkjets over the edges, they could that would be like, if the Explo was there, that was something the Explo would do. In this case, they had the inkjet to do what the Explo could do. And there was of course back and forth, but double reef slider from USF Green on that map mode. I'm like, yeah, I should have guessed, because that is just reef slider mania.
Yep. A lot of reef sliders.
Let alone zones maps in general, but
Yeah, I mean, they certainly UCSD had like a different dynamic there without like the Explo. A little bit more like rocking that cooler, certainly a different like angle for them. Not nearly as much paint on the zone, or I guess just maintaining like that forward pressure. Instead, I think they were more like waiting and punishing, trying to distract with the Brella. I think whenever you have a Brella, you kind of have to play around it a decent amount. It's more like you need the long range to like specifically target the people the Brella focus on as well. So they did that, but were not quite able to deal with the aggression that came out from USF Green. I do wonder what the counter pick will be. Do you think it will be? I
already know.
I might have said Undertow, but Urchin. Do we see it?
Yeah, I see it on the. I have the page open for the match, and I can see that it shows TC on Hagglefish. I wasn't expecting that one, but that is what we have locked in here, and I think that could be because of the potential player swap here for this one. So they could be working well here. Like if they keep that inkjet Brella, this is a map that I know inkjets like to go on the walls.
It's good for
it
inkjet,
is
for sure.
It is. So TC on Haggle here. So this is going to probably be something that we haven't seen from UCSD yet. They have, when they rotate out players, it's like they have, we have this set of players. Here's the plan. Now we have this set of players. Here's the plan. So I feel like what we saw from last game is now just different from this to this one as well. They have a couple of the same players. They've got one different, but now they have a whole another kind of thing going for them.
It's very interesting. It's interesting when you have like 5 players, subbing out players on like different maps, because you need to know like different dynamics with your team, and that's very difficult to really like practice with. Like if you play with different backlines, or you play with like a weapon like Umbrella that kind of changes how you want to play aggressively, it's difficult to like, you know, switch between them fluidly. But we'll see what the like player composition deal is on Hagglefish for game 2. Things like that Dapple Dooley, I think perhaps not quite as strong a pick as it is on Zones, but we may see something similar again. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw like a, you know, like a Splat Doolies come out, or
I was gonna say Crab probably. I see Splat Doolies appear here quite often.
Yeah.
With the Crabs just trying to maintain up top. Mooney could be going back up on the pencil here. Mm-hmm. I'm not gonna lie, I don't remember if they were pencil in the last one. I saw Dapples and Brella and was like, okay, what are they gonna do? And I'm not gonna lie, I forgot the other ones and just watched all the explosions in the corner. But Hagglefish, this is definitely where the pencils will maintain up top. They could all go forward here. The main checkpoint being under that one side canopy is definitely a tough one to get. And then when you break it, of course, it always gets harder from there. But that first one just being underneath the ramp, either you get a team wipe and you can get it for free, or you have to really make sure you're guarding that top side with those drops to be able to secure that. But there's lots of ways to be able to secure it.
And here we go. We are back hopping into it. They are going to be sticking with the Brella and the Winter Rapid here, Rapid Pro. So still have that cooler. They're going to have the Splattershot Pro with the Booyah Bomb this time actually on both sides, with the Booyah Bomb to perhaps stop the tower from moving. And the Splattershot Junior, I like that pick coming out a lot from USF Green. Very strong on this map, lots of bombs, going to be able to clear out mid pretty well, able to like hop on the tower. Just a great tower control pick in general, as USF Green is going to begin using their specials to try and gain that ground for a first push.
Absolutely, and USF Green getting that initial push going. And they do have that junior, I forgot, we watched that game 5, and they did have that junior before they got up here, so they have that junior able to get bubble relatively quickly usually and can just maintain space. Of course, they have a lot of paint going for USF Green as well, from the Dread, the junior, the pencil. Z-Bean here trying to find this junior is like, no, don't get another bubble, no more bubble. But yeah, with the bomb pressure and everything else out there, it's just definitely going to be really hard to get by. And of course, there is the next bubble to help push the tower forward even more. And I saw the Inkjet trying to displace a couple people in middle there. I think the Inkjet did get a pick in middle, but even if they did, they all just wiped out in their own base, and this checkpoint is already broken, and they're moving on to the next one.
Yeah, it's been all USF Green. The tower rolling towards the goal here. The Booyah Bomb's going to come out onto the tower. One pick comes out from the brush. The tower's going to end up rolling back a little bit. UCSD does have some space. They have control of that left side, and that is going to let them use that to move forward, regain mid. So it's a bad situation for them. That second checkpoint is very difficult to move through. And USF Green has done a great job moving through, taking it without too much difficulty. And now they have a lot of room to work with. And Corey, excellent stuff with that Dread Ringer playing around that Brella shield. UCSD Esports has a huge hill to climb. USF Green has a lot of leeway in terms of how they play defense with 2.5 minutes left in this game.
Yeah, they've got a lot of stuff going for them. They have a lot of paint compared to UCSD. And that is really showing in the favor here, because Z-Bean here is looking for any which way to try to get around, but is getting blocked by the paint and, of course, junior bombs just being thrown on every which side, and is having a really hard time trying to get around and make anything happen here. Meanwhile, Brella at the same time is also trying to make plays happen on their own on the side here, trying to take those fights, but of course we saw it did lose that one fight versus the Dread Ringer there. The Dread Ringer coming around the side here, getting a nice pick on the side, and we see the Brella here just trying to maintain. It looks like they want to try to guard this jump, but the junior here doing whatever they can to try to get to the jump. But no, the Brella says no, does have Inkjet ready. Their shield is going to go down beforehand. It didn't quite get Inkjet off in time there. Pencil for Mooney. able to pick off before that inkjet could potentially get them off of the tent. So Mooney here in a solid spot, getting another pick, just doing what they need to, maintain control, get some paint down for their team, get them back in before a bad push could happen. Well, a good push on their end, but they don't want a good push to happen.
Yeah. But this does seem to be their opportunity. They're moving that tower to that first checkpoint. There is going to be a dive on that right side for the tower. That's going to end up being the junior with a bubble, and that is devastating. Oh my goodness. They do get the checkpoint, but just being disrupted and split apart in the middle means UCSD Esports is only going to get that checkpoint, not too much more. ZBean maintaining some position, but it seems like no one's going to be able to help them at this point.
No, I think they knew ZBean was still up there. You could see, and it was called out. But I noticed, like, USF was like, just leave it for now. They're not doing anything right now. We know what they want to do. Just be prepared for it. And they were. They were ready for it, and there we go. ZBean now gets picked off, and the tower never really got anywhere. So they were taking priorities, like, still being aware of the person behind them. They knew this. And just kind of kept an eye on it, but focused on middle. They never let go of mid control to deal with what was behind them. So that was a good call on the side of USF Green.
Yeah, it certainly was. Now 27 seconds left. It's going to be UCSD Sports moving on this platform, trying to do anything they can to get those extra points on the board, but it's been so difficult. Just a iron curtain being put up in front of them. No way for them to move on to USF Green's plat. They've been doing a great job just maintaining their position throughout this set so far, and Gibbe is going to drop that Booyah Bomb on the tower to seal the deal in Game 2.
Game 2 going to USF Green here, and that was UCSD's counter pick. Like I mentioned before, compared to the set that we saw in the last time, this is completely different kind of style, and I can see, it's interesting because you can see what they want to do, but I don't think it's working how they want it to. Like, you can see the different poke, but they don't have as much ink control as they had on the last time. Now they have a brush trying to do one thing and a Umbrella trying to do another on the other side, and then just trying to be able to have them work together, I find is giving them a little bit of trouble here, as they're just kind of separated and leaving the other two to try to, keep an eye on the middle while the other two try to make something happen up front, or to be able, like, if ZBean's trying to do something from the back, then it leaves with the 3. The Umbrella can maintain that a little bit, but it seems like it's not bothering USF that much. They know how to handle it. They're taking, even if the Dreadringer didn't take that, like, win the one fight on the side, there was another member of USF right beside that probably would have finished off that fight, and it would have been a 2v1. So it's just, now we're a little bit more separated on UCSD with the brush and the Umbrella. It's like, I can see how it can work, but now we're a little more separated. And I think USF is taking advantage of that.
Yeah, they certainly have been. I mean, it does feel like they're playing very well together. Using their, like, specials, they've been playing, I think, just positioning very well in general. Like you said, I think that I mean, when they were on defense, we saw that they weren't really aggressing that much. The only time they aggressed was, like, the junior had the bubble, and that created, like, an opening. They were playing pretty patient on defense as well, and that's like a huge thing, to not, like, falling for like the Octobrush, right? If you stay with your team for the most part, you have enough bullets to take them out. Like, if they try and get in, like, you gotta bait the Zipcaster to just coming right at you, because if they can't come right at you, they can't take you out.
It's basically waiting in that moment where ZBean was just kind of waiting when they all got behind. It's just UCF, it's just, you could tell that they knew they were there. I think they kept track of it and knew. I'm pretty sure that they saw it and knew. And then just as soon as it became, like, you could just immediately see Mooney, just the line was here and immediately turned. And I was just like, okay, it was called. That's where they're going to focus it. And it wasn't just a single either. They 2v1 that. As soon as the call happened, boom, it was just there. But they never even let go of mid either. Just they were fully prepared for the potential pinch, and we're ready for it. It's just not bothering them. And they had it set up even with the tower control pick, even if it was UCSD's counter pick. They had the USF Green through the junior at them. and and there was several bombs that got picks just out in the middle there, and just the bubble's always in, and the tower just cruising away. USF even got that wipe in UCSD's spawn and just continued to carry on. At least UCSD was able to defend it and still try to make an attempt towards the end, but just could not get the setup that they wanted with either the Zipcaster or that Inkjet to try to get that tower pushing past to where they wanted to.
Yeah, and that was UCSD's counterpick. So now, if UCSD wants to get back in this set, they're going to have to win on 2 of USF Green's counterpicks. USF Green just 1 win away from a guaranteed top 2 finish in this finale tournament. And they've, what can I say? They've looked very steady so far.
They really have. They definitely were ready to be here today. They wanted to be here today. They're showing it. They seem very prepared. Like if they are showing they want to win it. So I haven't seen any really things that is off. Like no one's really getting too carried away off of USF Green either. Mm-hmm. Like I've seen no true overextensions or anything like that. You can see that they're playing the game to be able to secure it. They'll get their push out and secure it. And that's really doing them good here.
Yeah, I mean they've been great. What can I say? Mm-hmm. But just now 1 game away. You able to give a sneak peek of what map was picked?
Well, it says waiting for UCSD, so they're really putting some time in and thinking about what they want for this counter pick here. And you mentioned how, like, if when they win it, they have to go off of 2 of USF's counter picks, which is a very hard thing to do. So now it's, how do you really want to roll this? Do you bring out something that you know that you're very strong with and use it now? Or wait to potentially need it later? But in this case, they just need to go off of what they can do. Or I guess they wouldn't be able to do it later, so they really need to bring out the one that they are best with and that they know that they can take this team down with.
Yeah, I mean, it's been very, very difficult to move in onto USF Green. They've been just very, very solid. I think, like, maybe an additional, like, disruptive special, I think, could assist them. Like, rocking and tripling strikes and whatnot, I think could help them. I mean, the bubble coming out from the junior was very, very difficult for them to deal with a few times. They don't have much in the way of, like, object damage. They don't have specials that can really disrupt that. It's tough because I think, like, if they pick zones, Reef Slider's coming out. If they pick tower, the bubble's going to be coming out. They need to anticipate what's coming, especially if they pick, like, Rainmaker or Clams. They need to kind of anticipate what's coming because it's felt like they've been, like, a little outmatched in terms of, well, not just team compositions, but, like, just general game plans. They haven't had the answers for. But they're going to have to win on one of the modes that they've already lost on if they want to come back in this set. I figure, why not get it out of the way now? If they believe in tower control, they could take them back to, like, tower control Inkblot.
I believe they could. They just have to find an answer for the bubble, because I believe that junior bubble is still going to exist. And I mean, which one had the Ouya Pro? I think it was the other one. But yeah, no, just finding an answer to that bubble. But it is not. Maybe I shouldn't tell you what this counter pick is. It's one that you didn't want to see earlier. It's
oh no, we're going to Rainmaker Undertow.
Yeah.
All right, I can see it.
Yeah, I can definitely see kind of what they would like to do here. It's just definitely, I really want to see if they have what potential comp changes could be here or whatnot. They just cannot get rolled by the potential, like, USF Green's full, like, team pushing here, because they are doing a solid job at synergizing their specials, following up with it. And in the first game, UCSD seemed like their 2 fronts seemed scattered. It's like you have one on the front left and one on the front right, and then two in the middle, and they can't really combo with each other.
Yeah.
It wasn't really going well with the Hagglefish one, so I'm hoping that they can do that better on Undertow, because if they can pull it off, then yeah, there's a lot of potential there. I believe it. It's just with having two weapons that can basically kind of, you know, play on their own on the side versus people who are very well synced is not gonna go well. So we just need to make sure that we can actually, like, pick one and have this one be the try to potentially, like, let's get this person here. And if that's getting cut off, then maybe, like, switch up your pattern. Like, you gotta have a different kind of attempt to it. A plan A and a plan B, and you have to be ready to switch to it on an instant. Like, snap of the finger, okay, we're going with this. And teams that can pull that off, it's amazing to see. Because when you're seeing it on spectator view, like how we're seeing it, it's like you can hear the comms in your mind of how they're trying to get their strategy to play out, kind of like exactly like how we saw Z-Bean's potential back flank. Just you could see the comms, or like it's like you could hear the comms of USF Green's like just voices in your head going, okay, they're there, they're going now, we need to turn for a minute and go from there. You could just see them react instantly. So
and this is such a huge map for that kind of thing, right? Like you have the two Rainmaker paths, like going left or going right, and most of the time taking the long way is the right option. But you know, being able to like get your team to redirect, go right when you need a quick checkpoint and the enemy team is like away or out of position, it's huge, and it's something that I think these teams really like need in terms of like a strategy, being able to like adapt on the fly, like you're saying. It's this will really be like I think a true test of that. I think that generally the way it feels, like the way UCSD Esports was like playing the previous game, it feels like their team composition is very much like there's several weapons that all want to be the focus of the team composition. So they are indeed going to change things up quite a bit coming in here. I do like the sword is an interesting option coming out. We have not seen Blue on a sword in this finals just yet, but all that extra damage is going to allow UCSD to get that first pop, and now USF Green ending up back farming that cooler, getting ready. No cooler on the side of UCSD.
Oh, and now we have Battle of the Splashdowns, and we have that Explo has made their return to UCSD, and that's going to apply a lot of pressure, but the end parries also have this splashdown of their own. It looks like that is happening on the side. Oh my, how? Did you get up here? But they made it up there, and we can see Z-Beams trying to roam around the corner, but is going to get stuck on the side. The push has been stopped on the corner by USF Green, but right off the get-go, you can see there was a lot of extra pressure happening towards the middle there with the addition of this sword and the Explo, a lot of extra poke. Splashdown going to try and get a pick here. They are able to find Z-Bean, and it looks like they're trying to get others. UCSD is all the way on the left side of the map. I don't know what has happened on the right side of the map, but this is a checkpoint for USF Green.
Yeah, that was excellent from Glitch. They knew, or they recognized that all of the members of UCSD were out of position on the wrong side of the map, and that splashdown kind of ended up splitting the members into two sides. That let the Rainmaker. That's one of those plays that like it gets one pick, but it wins an entire checkpoint, just because you're able to put yourself in between the enemy and the objective. So really, really smart play. USF Green's going to have to settle for that checkpoint. UCSD is going to end up regaining some paint control in mid and grab that Rainmaker for the first time this game, or well, the second time this game. But they are now gearing up to push that first checkpoint, and it's going to be the Rainmaker actually leading the way this time, which kind of leaves them a little vulnerable. Gibbe is going to end up taking them out. USF Green just very, very calmly picking apart that push.
There's a really nice missile there because all four members of UCSD were in that missile. The Rainmaker got separated and stuck in a corner, was able to survive a little bit. One member getting picked off by that bomb. But yeah, just a nice defense there by the by the pro there, and now we see that the Rainmaker is trying to find a way here. But again, members of UCSD are on the left-hand side of the map, while the Rainmaker has just kind of a clear way to go on the other side. Z being luckily able to get 2 of them before they could run any further. Just UCSD just likes the other side of the map just to make sure they don't get anything quick, but meanwhile, the other side, lucky enough that Zipcaster was online to defend.
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly good for that, but USF Green has just been playing very patiently. They're waiting for their opportunity. They have that checkpoint at the ready, so they're able to push in either direction. You can just see them generally playing together as a team, not taking huge risks. And look, this is another situation yet again. All of UCSD on the wrong side of the map. It's completely open on the left side. USF Green has a clear path forward. They're going to let their team move ahead of them. Zumi with that Rainmaker ends up getting past that checkpoint. Nice job, Glitch. Super far ahead with that splashdown, creating some space. Blue's going to be able to get in and stop the Rainmaker before it gets too much damage, but Cosmic hoping to extend this push. The splashdown's going to come out. The strikes are going to be the answer for that. So despite a huge opening, just a few extra points on the board for USF Green. UCSD Esports is going to regain control of that Rainmaker, but waiting for them in mid, USF Green.
We are already down to basically the last minute of play in this game. I feel like it just started. And we've had some pushes going off from USF Green. Again, you said they're playing patient, they're knowing where they want to go, and they're catching out what side that UCSD isn't on. But now I think they're learning from their mistakes. So the sword here going onto the side where it needs to go, but you can see that they're trying to position people to try to get into the way of where this Rainmaker could go, but now we're in the last 40 seconds, getting to the point where we need some kind of answer. We did see Z-Bean just go in and zip. They're trying to stop the Rainmaker on the side. You can see the rest of the members of UCSD actually moving in with the zip and being able to shut down 2 of the members. The Splashdown is being used to pop the Rainmaker, and now they really want control of this left-hand side. But there's a glitch there. Was able to get the Rainmaker, and now there's 10 seconds left. Reef Slider here trying to get these picks off of these jumps being stuck in the corner. Nicole trying to do something here to be able to save it. 5 seconds left. Z-Bean here trying. Rainmaker's picked up, but there is just an edit there and glitch and just everybody in the way of it, and USF Green is able to stop anything from happening from UCSD. But they had, oh my goodness, I'm not gonna lie, the way that they worked together with that Zipcaster towards the end was wonderful, to be able to get it towards the left-hand side, but they just couldn't keep everybody there, get the push going. But the way that they got back in was wonderful. I love that.
Yeah. Great stuff from USF Green. I mean, they controlled the pace of the match super, super well. They played very smart positionally. They were able to move the Rainmaker. They didn't even get all too many points on the board, but they played an excellent defense throughout that game. They ended up catching the Rainmaker when it was unaware or ahead of the team. And throughout the entire set, they really were able to just put themselves in the right places at the right time. And that has netted them. That has netted them. Words are hard. That has gotten them a position in the top 2. They're going to be on the winner's side of Grand Finals. So congratulations to USF Green. UCSD is going to be dropping to the losers finals, where they will be facing the winner of the other 2 teams that we saw in semis. Their match, I believe, has not yet. We are waiting to cast loser semis before we get to losers finals. So it's going to be either Splatterscreen Savers or HLG Gold, the 2 teams we did see in semis. But I mean, with how those sets went, just these 4 teams that all went to Game 5 against each other, who's to say what's going to happen?
Who knows? It's going to be one heck of a set that you're going to be able to see next. But we're not going to be the ones casting it. You're going to have 2 fresh new faces here on the mic, but still going to be so much excitement. Just again, from what we've seen from the semis with all the teams going to Game 5, and now they're each playing each other basically, and we're just going right back at it. But yeah, that I believe is it from us. So I believe this is where we take a sign off.
Yeah, that's the end of our block. It's been a pleasure casting with you, Devvy. It's been a hot minute, but I always like casting with you. It's been a bit. I'm Fusion. You find me at Ape Fusion. I don't really post. I don't know. I run C Battle. Just come here, move here, and come to our local. A lot of fun.
Hey, there you go.
Where can they find you, Devvy?
I mean, I will post here and there on Blue Sky at devvydoovy.bluesky.social here and there. I haven't streamed in a bit, but you can also find me on Twitch at Devvy_Doovy. I've just been taking a break doing some real life things, but when I come back, believe me, there's a lot of Hydra crimes. That tends to happen with silliness. It's not like I'm trying to make people cry at it. It's just, people having fun with the weapon.
Happens.
It just happens of people who,
I just KO their whole family with Hydra.
They like playing the weapon, but, they don't get to play it much in comp these days because meta, and this is where we just have fun with it. But yeah, that's me. Anyway.
Yeah.
It was fun casting here, but don't go away, guys, while we swap over the mic. You guys have got some crazy sets to see in the future. So
yeah, crazy sets, and we got Pixel and Cactus who should be casting those next 2 sets. So excellent sets, excellent commentators. You guys will have a lot of fun. Stay tuned for the top 4 of Division 3 and CCA Season 2 finale.
Said we let it go, but we settled for the last. Couldn't let you want it though. Who am I to let you down? No, who am I to let you down? Down.
inside lane, missing exits, glued to the pavement. Between the lines, I'll keep my gaze straight ahead as the last stop flies by. No more waiting for the gun to fire. No more walking through revolving doors. I've gone around once, and I don't need to go around anymore. Break away, forget your sober case. Stop dwelling on empty words. Stop stalling in the doorway and cancel the cruise control. Switch in the manual. Don't you wanna feel right?
Hello everyone and welcome back to the CCA Circuit Finals. My name is Cactus and I am joined here on the commentary stand with Pixel. Pixel, how are you feeling today?
I'm good. This is day 2 of my commentary. I'm like a parasite. Once I'm here, you can't get rid of me. Watch out, guys. I'm gonna commentate every tournament ever. You're gonna see me every single day, and you're never gonna get tired of me.
Well, unfortunately, this seems to be your last commentary for CCA, as this will be my first. I did not commentate yesterday. I was at the Big Dapple LAN yesterday doing commentary there, so nothing like for both of us having a little bit of back-to-back commentary action. And we have a really exciting matchup coming up for two teams that have been fighting their way through the losers bracket, almost like parasites themselves, not wanting to go down, but only one can secure their spot going forward. We're going to have Splatterscreen Savers versus HLG Gold.
Yeah, I'm actually excited to see this, because yesterday, when I was doing day 1 with Oma, I actually got to watch the Splatterscreen Savers play a group stage game. So I'm actually excited to see if they can make it through the entire losers bracket and get back up to, the winners bracket, or if they're going to lose it here to HLG Gold.
Yeah, it seems both these teams are raring to go. Let's take a look at some of these comps we're seeing, right? So coming right off the bat, we are going to see some common weapons like the Cavitator 52 Gal. There is a Dreadringer for that Reef Slider for this zone. A couple of mid-range options for the heavy edit Splatling. But we are going to see a little bit of a double backline coming out of Splatterscreen Savers with that Charger. And a nice snipe onto the S-Blast as soon as I say that Charger's name. Then we will see a zone flip here from that Reef. But Missiles will try to shoo him away even further to continue this lead going forward.
Yeah, something that I remember from the Charger player yesterday is that you need to respect loading. This person can hit their shots and they will do it consistently and constantly. We were watching loading snipe everybody yesterday, and it was very interesting to see. And I love watching people play Crab Charger because nobody does. Nobody does.
Yeah, no, and the one good thing about it, too, is that you never really have to adjust your position as the Charger with that special. You're allowed to stay in one familiar spot, and then you could just use that crowd to push the rest of your team going on forward. But right now, it seems Splatterscreen Savers is having a little bit of a tricky time finding some proper footing going on in. I mean, they got the push down to 67, which is pretty good, but HLG Gold is wasting no time diving on forward towards his elbow area, trying to push back the rest of the members of Splatterscreen Savers, but that Killer Whale will come on out and have them back up just a little bit here and have the zone flip back over to hold on to that lead.
So far, like tradition Robo Ramen Zones fashion, that this game has been super even. Like, yeah, we're gonna see Splatterscreen 6. Never mind, I lied. HLG Gold now just swap the zone as I'm saying that. And what you want to do, especially on Robo Ramen, is it's such a lockout heavy map because there is pretty much only this one street here, which HLG Gold is now taking advantage of. Once they're holding this space, it's going to be really hard for the other team to break back out.
Yeah, I mean, you do see two players dropping on that bottom right section, but because it's such a low ground area, you do see the members of HLG Gold just holding on and popping things like missiles and just using their main weapons as well to just push them out or get those player splats. So right now, 30 seconds left on their counter before this game is over, and they're holding mighty strong, but Splatterscreen Saver says it's not over yet. Going to try to get a couple good picks here, but down goes the 52. Bubble will come on out, and a Reef Slider will try to cancel it out as well. Both players on Splatterscreen Savers of their aggro will go down at the exact same time down there on that side. Things looking really dangerous here as HLG Gold is still holding onto that zone.
Yeah, this right now, Splatterscreen Savers has to be rushing for this zone. There's only 14 ticks left for the other team, and they're going to cap, which is exactly what they need. All they need is that one cap just to provide a little extra time for them to potentially make their reverse sweep here as they try to push on the left side elbow right now.
Reef Slider ran into the zone, but it's not enough. They will jump out and hold that players a lifespan just a little bit longer. The zone will flip, but a nice defensive bubble holds on just a little bit longer to let that crab do a little bit of extra work and try to push these players back. Although there goes a nice direct from Big Nut onto Josh. An immediate sniped right back from loading, and it's just back and forth picks left and right here as we're less than a minute and 30 into the game.
There may be a minute 30 left, but the tick is going down. Soon enough, they won't have any penalty left, and that 14 seconds is going to be up like nothing. What Splatterscreen Savers has to do is cap the zone, or maybe just give it a stalling time for their teammates to jump back in. And as I say that, just like that, they're going to cap the zone, and that's going to give them a little bit of extra time to push this elbow, potentially make their comeback, as their penalty is almost up. So they're going to start to get some points on the board right now, as this decaf gets a double, maybe a triple. Oh, so close. Going to get canceled by Mr. Peanut here.
Mr. Peanut lives another day, and here's this Booyah Bomb from Big Nut. Looking to see where they can get a good angle, get a player that might be able to go on through, but unfortunately that charger on that side will get that pick, and the zone will flip in HLG Gold's favor, right? So they're still fighting onto it, trying to make sure they deny as much penalty points counting down for Splatterscreen Saver as possible, with a lot of just these tough fights from these aggro players on both ends, making it pretty tricky for either of them to really get a substantial hold of the zone.
What HLG Gold is doing a great job is picking off the players that they need to pick off first, like the 52 and the decaf, because with just the heavy and the charger, yeah, maybe that they can paint and they can back up to allow jumps, but it's just enough space for HLG Gold to just basically push that elbow and just hold zone, paint up map, and keep their space.
Keeping space is the name of the game, although Splatterscreen Savers will get a really nice double pick right now onto the Heavy Edit and the S-Blast, and now the Pro all go down. It is just the Reef Slider left alive. The Dreadringer, who's trying to build a Reef Slider to see if they're able to get anything to get this zone back, but unfortunately they will get picked off as well, and you are seeing a stagger on the side of HLG Gold. Booyah Bomb will be pops, but it will not be enough. Things are getting dangerous, Pixel. Only 20 ticks to go, less than that for that lead swap in overtime. Can HLG Gold bring it back in time?
I think they'll be able to do it as long as they can paint over this Reef Slider, and there it is. From, I don't even know, they had like 30 points left, all the way down to 6 or 7 right there. That was basically what you have to do. I think overtime is also a great time to try to take the lead. Yes, it's more pressure, but when it's in overtime, that counter ticks down faster on zones.
Yeah, unfortunately, HLG Gold did not have what it took to hold on to that lead. A little bit of an antsy gameplay from their players led to their demise there, and Splatterscreen Savers brought that back from penalty to their regular points to that final score, securing game number 1 of loser semifinals.
It's quite interesting to see something like that happen, especially when these teams are so close. They are seed 7 and 8, so honestly, Splatterscreen Savers is seeded to win above HLG Gold, but it was so close to have that just minor upset right there. But, you know, on a map like Robo Ramen, where there only really is that one way in, because flanking and climbing up a wall is usually disastrous, you know, it can just swap just like that. You can get locked down, the game will just be over.
Yeah, and unfortunately, that's exactly what we saw. Unfortunate for the side of HLG Gold anyway. Splatterscreen Savers feeling pretty good about a little overtime comeback. And like you said, both these teams are neck and neck in the seeding. They are right next to each other in that skill set. So it's really just a matter of who's able to pull that little bit extra oomph that they need in their gameplay to have an opportunity to take the wins going forward. So again, this is a best of 3. So that is the number 1 on the board of 2 games that Splatterscreen Savers needs to win. So from here forward, HLG Gold has to make any kind of corrections in the moment and hopefully take this next game so they could tap the score, bring it all the way to that game 3.
And if I'm not mistaken, I'm pretty sure these are counter picks, so now HLG Gold gets the advantage in picking a map and mode from the map list that they know or they're more confident on, rather than having the first map be picked prior. So we'll see, because not everybody wins on their counter pick. And, you know, you hate to lose on your counter pick, because you're like, oh, this is the map mode that we can win. We know how to win. We can do this. And then you get you know, annihilated on your own map mode pick, and then everyone in the VC is like, maybe we shouldn't have picked that map.
Well, funny that you say that about picking a comfortable counter pick, as the counter pick did come on through. It is Splat Zones on Mahi Mahi Resort, and I totally understand the choice for this pick here. We did see HLG Gold have that Reef Slider with the Dread Ringer to make sure they're able to try to cap those zones. And the one thing about Robo is that if you're not having a little bit of extra sub-weapon support or paint support overall, it's not going to fully cap. Something like Mahi, you don't need that much extra paint support to cap that zone. That reef can cap it on its own practically, and you are secured to keep things going for yourself or try to stall out for some time. So I totally understand this counter pick, but will it be enough to try to slow down Splatterscreen savers, and will they be able to keep their cool in case it's another overtime situation?
I also think it's a tad interesting to see a team that just lost counterpick the same exact mode that they just lost on. Yeah, it was close, maybe too close for comfort. They were almost the winning team there, but it's a different strategy to be like, oh, well, we may have lost on this mode, but we can do it. We can actually pull it off this time.
Yeah, and it seems Loading decided to hop off the Charger and hop right onto a Dreadringer themselves, so they have another counter to the the Reef Slider that might come on through. We're also seeing a change up of a 10 Umbrella. That's going to be a very interesting pick here, especially because you allow some players to go on through and try to sneak around and get some picks. Mr. Peanut here will try to get a pick with some of these missiles and actually takes one out, seeing where the other players are marked thanks to those missiles, but fortunately not enough. And Splatterscreen Savers is very dominant this first 30 seconds of the game, already almost halfway down their points scored.
And as the map changes here, it's going to be a little bit harder for Splatterscreen Savers to hold into their spawn, but honestly on a map like this, you don't really need to as long as you have space. We're going to see a Booyah Bomb come out on the side of HLG Gold. I mean, they also have the Reef Slider ready, and there it goes, and 3 people are going to go down on Splatterscreen Savers, leaving just a tent with his shield and just a Zuka, and he's going to opt to jump out, which I think is the ideal play there. So now HLG Gold has their space. They're going to paint up all of mid, and we're going to see how long they can hold this for. Maybe straight to a KO. Well, we're about to find out.
I mean, off to a great start first by being able to one trade out the Decapitator, and just a second before getting a pick on that Dreadringer, so no Reef Slider to try to save them. They just respawned in as well, so they got to try to build that back up again because they weren't coolered, and the points are ticking down very quickly here, and we might see that lead swap. We do see Reef Slider though coming out from Splatterscreen Savers. Is it enough to cap the zone? Yes, it is, and they're going to have a Dread 1v1 on this side, and Loading will continue that streak of success, getting that pick on there, and HLG Gold is now down to just 2 players off of that respawn, and a lot of paint that they just painted over being taken back by Splatterscreen Savers.
And currently the points are pretty even. We're at 32 to 38 with 2 specials on the side of Splatterscreen Savers. They're probably going to opt to use them a little more defensively. I think a bubble can go good here as the Reef Slider comes out, and then another Reef Slider comes out to counter the first one. We have missiles coming out. It's just a war of specials in mid right now. It's kind of hard to tell what's going on. There's just being pain and Booyah Bombs being thrown everywhere, but it looks like HLG Gold is going to come on top and keep that zone painted, as well as pushing into mid to make sure they get more space against Splatterscreen Savers.
Yeah, HLG Gold doing a very great job finding out where these players of Splatterscreen Savers are coming from. There's a little Reef Slider to try to counter that cap, and they will do a great job at that and get a nice pick with it. You know, that tent also doing a great job at just kind of tricking some of the players of HLG Gold, thinking there might be a player inside of it. We are going to see a nice POV of Loading here, trying to win this 1v1, but it will not be enough as Mr. Peanut reigns successful there. It's down to only 1 player left alive, and that's going to be the cooler user on Splatterscreen Savers, who's going to pop that cooler on out and see if they can get another play going on forward, cap the zone back before those penalty points are gone, and that lead could swap over.
We have a Booyah Bomb coming out from HLG Gold, going to potentially stop someone. Loading is sitting in the corner right now with a Reef Slider going to pop. It's probably most likely going to cap the zone right now. And we have Mr. Peanut fighting for his life behind this bubble. We have players jumping the other players. 2 people down on HLG Gold. It's such a fight in mid. That is something that both of these teams are really good at, is pushing up together and being aggro together. And right now it's working out in the favor of HLG Gold, as they're going to go 3 down on Splatterscreen Savers.
Alright, so far, we've already seen the Reef Slider used from Splatterscreen Savers and HLG Gold, so it's going to be a little bit before we see any of those come out again. But it's been a great gameplay so far. HLG Gold finally penalty points counted on down. Cooler popped out for Splatterscreen Savers though, and there's that bubble to try to get things going forward. One goes down, and a lot of Reef Slider just appearing on that screen there. Just 1 point that was remaining for HLG Gold to get that swap, but more penalty points applied, and Splatterscreen Savers saves themselves just a little bit more and a little bit longer, as there's only 50 seconds left in this game. Can they hold on just a little bit more and get more points built down? So far, it looks like it.
Yeah, it's very interesting that Reef Slider kind of got caught on the wall there from HLG Gold, so it wasn't able to cap or even partially cap zone there. Although 2 down, it's going to be a battle. They're going to have to start rushing into zone. And once again, another Reef Slider. That was like 2 Reef Sliders in the span of 15 seconds, which is kind of crazy. But it seems like Splatterscreen Savers is once again going to take this game to a KO. And they're going to move on because it was just a best of 3. So congrats to Splatterscreen Savers for winning 2 games in a row. You love to see it. You love to weep a team and just keep on going.
Absolutely, and again, both teams have been fighting their way pretty strongly here. I mean, just the reason why both of these teams ended up in the loser bracket positions overall was a full Game 5 scenario in winner's side of semis, and unfortunately both being dropped to the losers rounds, and it was only eventually that they were going to go against each other, and HLG fought very hard. They showed a great spirit and excellence here in trying to bring these games home, but it just was not enough. Splatterscreen Savers ultimately secured themselves that spot heading into losers bracket finals.
Yeah, I'm quite excited to see this, as loser bracket finals currently right now is seed 2 versus seed 7. And I don't know about you, but I love to see an upset here. I love watching the underdog. Well, I guess they're not really an underdog because they're still really good at the game. But seeding wise, technically they're the underdog, but you love to see them do better than projected. So I'm very excited to see how this game will play out. And loser brackets finals seems to be a best of 5 this time, so there is a little leeway to make a mistake, maybe lose a game, but you have more chances to win as well.
Absolutely. It is a best of 5, and it is also going to be counter picks. So we will see the losing side team, whoever that will be after this first game, will try to pick something that will be a little bit more in their favor. Yeah, so as Pixel said, it's the number 2 seeded team versus seed 7, UCSD Esports Navy versus Splatterscreen Savers. That is going to be the losers bracket finals matchup. The reason why UCSD is and this position we just saw before on the stream with the other amazing commentators, that unfortunately they were 3-0'd by USF Green. So they're looking to get that rematch mighty strongly. And for Splatterscreen, this is their rematch from the winners bracket semis. It was actually UCSD Esports that sent them down here in the full Game 5 scenario, full best of 5, and it was very back and forth, but ultimately it was UCSD that got that upper hand. So it's going to be very interesting to see how this is going to play out for both of these teams.
Yeah, especially since they fought earlier, and now that it's counter pick, let's say Splatterscreen Savers loses the first game, they know which 2 maps and modes they won on in a previous set down the bracket. Same for UCSD Esports Navy. They know the maps and modes that they had beat each other on or lost to each other. So that could come into play here, and they could just basically be running it back, same exact map modes if they really want to. But for Splatterscreen Savers, they have to tweak something because unfortunately they did lose in that Game 5, but they can probably win it here. Considering it went to a Game 5, that must mean the games were super close.
Yeah, it had to be close indeed. And it looks like the first map mode selection that we have for this set is going to be Splat Zones on Barnacle and Dime. And both teams did take a win on Zones. So it's going to be very interesting to see how close this first matchup's going to be. Pixel, what do you think we might be seeing Splatterscreen Savers play, maybe weapon and comp-wise, when it comes to this map? I mean, we've seen a player like Loading, who was able to switch between a Charger and then a Dreadbringer. I mean, that's a very wild weapon pool selection to have. So what do you feel that they're going to bring out here? We also saw the change up of the 10 umbrella. So what are you thinking we're going to see?
I mean, potentially, Barnacle and Dime is probably I would say probably just as open as like Mahi Mahi. So, I mean, maybe the tent will stay because you have all that space in mid. But I'm also expecting a charger because charger players are and backline players can be really useful on a map like Barnacle and Dime, especially zones. Having somebody stay behind and not go too aggressive allows for your more aggressive players to jump in or jump back out if they're going in too far. So it'll be exciting to see. And maybe Loathing will play a third weapon that we have not yet seen. Maybe this person has the range of like a DivX player, and they can play anything and everything they want to play. So, I mean, I'm excited to find out.
Yeah, excited indeed. I'm really curious to see the type of play style we might see from these teams and players. I mean, I'm really curious to see how Splatterscreen Savers feels they may have adapted in that previous 2 sets in the loser side and are preparing for this rematch against UCSD. It would be a really good opportunity to see if, they've been pretty warm. They haven't had to wait as long as UCSD has, as they were able to play their way into finals, but unfortunately losing that in a 3-0. So they had to wait, unfortunately, just a little bit longer. But it's going to be exciting to see how they may have adapted from that time, what they may have thought about, what they could do differently to have this opportunity to fight them once again and maybe bring it home this time.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're going to get started quite soon. Hopefully everybody's getting in the lobby. I mean, they did have to wait, so maybe UCSD was playing open together. Maybe people taking bathroom breaks because they have been playing pretty much for a couple hours now, especially the more you win, the longer you play. So it's going to get a little bit exhausting. So maybe some of the players are off taking a break real quick. Gotta go outside. It might be snowing. It's snowing where I am, but there's still grass you can touch underneath the snow. So maybe they're doing that.
Grass you could touch underneath the snow. That is incredible.
Yeah, bars. quote me, bars.
That is certainly a way to describe touching grass, but you never know, right? Maybe you just need that fresh air. You can only stay inside the well heated comfortability of your home for so long, I guess, right?
Yeah, I mean, even when I'm playing in my house, like, I get so cold, I have to wear, like, 2 sweaters. Because, I don't know, getting nervous makes me cold. Is that weird? Is that normal?
You stay cold? I mean, look, I don't know. That's up to you. That's up to you. What's your sweaters are made of? If they're not keeping you warm enough, that's a problem.
Well, I live in Canada, so all of our clothes are made to keep us warm, because even in summer, it's cold.
Fair enough.
I'm from the Great North.
How
do you feel about that?
Yeah,
that's what I thought.
You know how I feel? I don't have snow. That's how I feel.
You really don't have snow yet?
Nope.
It's been snowing all day. Merry holiday, everybody. It's snowing.
Merry holiday.
Hey, I have to be. You can't say. You can't say Merry Christmas because not everybody celebrates Christmas. So you gotta be.
No, you're right.
Open-minded. Yeah. What? Yeah.
Just waiting up a couple more players to file on in to the lobby and make their selections for their weapons and such. But it's gonna be exciting.
Maybe make a game plan. Yeah.
Make a game plan. Like I said before, like you gotta see at least from the side of Splatterscreen Savers, what's your opportunity to try to have a good counter and come back against UCSD. But maybe UCSD, what do you think they're thinking, right? Considering they're in a rematch that they know they won, but it was very close. It went to a full game 5, and it was very back and forth. One team won one game, and then the other won the next, and it was very alternative. So,
I mean, if you won, you gotta be in the space of like, we've won before, we can do it again. You can't think down on yourself, because the moment you're like, oh no, what if we lose this time? You're gonna start playing worse. You have to have that confidence being like, I can beat these people, we've done it before. And maybe they're watching back the replays, seeing what mistakes they made that they don't have to make this time. Maybe they were like, rematch, let's open up replay, or let's open up that map planner on Sendu, let's put our little weapon stickers and draw lines on where we're going, let's make a plan to make sure this time it doesn't go to game 5, but instead we 3-0 them.
Yeah, that is a good goal to have, and that is a good way of potentially executing. Right, find whatever is capable to your. You find the resources that are capable to help you push on forward and have any planning if you need it. But also, sometimes the best you could do is just keep yourself warm, keep playing, whether maybe it's open or X or just in the lobbies or even PBs. I know a lot of teams will hop into some 2v2s in the PBs just to try to plan for some scenarios that they might be in if there's ever some of those situations where they're kind of trapped in those fighting opportunities. So it's really good to try to stay warm by any means, whether it's mentally or, of course, competitively in the game while you're waiting between sets.
Yeah, I mean, between sets, I know a lot of people who will be like, BRB, I'm just gonna do a bunch of push-ups. And I'm like, whenever works, whenever works. Like, if that keeps you like, or I know a few people who are like, I have to go dunk my face in a bunch of cold water right now. And it's like, you do you. Like, I'm not here to judge. If that makes you focus and play better, then do whatever you have to do. Like, I'm just gonna sit here and watch Instagram reels. But if you want to go do push-ups, then you can do that too, you know?
Yeah, no, that's true. You never truly know. Everyone has their own ways of everyone has their own ways of making sure they're staying locked in, no matter what the situation might be.
No, but I think we're gonna get started soon. I'm very excited. This is gonna be so fun. We get to see who gets to go fight USF Green in the grand finals. We're gonna see, maybe it's a sweep. Maybe we go to game 5. It seems like a lot of these matches have been taken to the last game, whether that be a game 3 or a game 5. So all these teams have been very good at like fighting each other. Like, a lot of these matches have been super close, and honestly, I think that makes for a more entertaining bracket than a team that sweeps everybody every single time, because there's always a slight chance that the team that's down one game can reverse sweep and end up winning it back. So I think it makes for a more entertaining stream that way.
Yeah, and I mean, this is the matchup that's going to come down to see who's going to represent California in this grand finals, as both of these teams are from California themselves, and they're readied up and they're locked and good to go. Let's see some of these comps that we're going to see pulled out. We are going to see an Octobrush. We are going to see double a bucket, one being, of course, the Slosher, the other the Explo, and yeah, Loading's choosing to go right on in with that Dreadringer, so they are going to have that restarter ready to go, and both teams running down to the center of the map.
It's very interesting to see a Brush come out on UCSD Esports right now. I'm not sure, what special does that one have again? Is that the Kraken one?
Oh, that might be the Kraken or the Whale. I'm going to have to verify, because myself, I'm not too familiar with that Brush. I don't see the special often. But Restarter goes on in.
Right now.
Does not get the cap for Splatterscreen Savers. UCSD playing very strong game right now. Fortunately, we're going to see one go down here to that triple splashdown, and Loading's just doing a good job trying to build up their reef slider, tried to stay up and running. And yes, it was actually that Kraken one, so you were right. We did see that come on through. Oh, what a great pick off by this Explo here, doing a great job at spotting out the rest of these players. And that zone has not yet to be flipped even once. It is still in UCSD's favor, and points are counting down.
Yeah, right now it looks like UCSD Esports right now is going to hold the zone even longer, even with 2 people down, because we have Bobo Fox right now with the splashdown going to get canceled by the Reef Slider, unfortunately. But here we go. Now that they just got a wipe, Splatterscreen Savers is able to finally take up their space, and they're going to hold it most likely. They're just going to sit here and wait. They don't have any specials quite yet. They're going to have to outweight the other team on their onslaught. The specials coming their way. Hopefully nobody dies to Kraken or missiles, but it looks like Loading is going to sit on the grates here so the Kraken can't come after them.
Just because they can doesn't mean the other team members can't. The Slosher will get that pick for them, and it will be 3 players down on Splatterscreen Savers. UCSD grabbing that zone back in no time and positioning themselves pretty well here on this left side. Jumps will come on in for their teammates that went down prior. Holding on strong here. Here comes the Reef Slider from Splatterscreen Savers. See if they can try to help cap that zone, and they will find themselves a little bit extra time, and here's that bubble to hold that aggression going forward.
Yeah, but just like the bubble shows up, it's just going to get destroyed by the strikes. That's the one thing that bubble is really weak to, is anything like a reef slider or strikes. Even missiles will destroy a bubble really fast. So it's hard to have a weapon like Decaf pop bubble and then be able to sit in it when the other team knows that they can just wait a few moments to get that special to cancel it. And here we go, a Kraken coming out on Z-Bean right now. Gonna look for any picks, not gonna find any quite yet, but the good thing about a Kraken is to space people out. Z-Bean fighting for their life right now in this corner, gonna get 2 picks. Loading is looking to probably take them out, but let's see as Devvy continues forward with that bubble. We're gonna try to pick off the respawning members of UCSD Esports right now.
Yeah, and that was a really great play that Devvy decided to do there, right? Don't have too much attention focused on the one player from behind. Let's make sure we can focus the rest coming on in. So far, they did a great job at that. A triple splashdown, though, will come on in from UCSD and secure that zone flip back on over, adding penalty points, returning to Splatterscreen Saver's score. And they're going to try to take as much control as they can going forward. What they're going to look for now is try to see if they can get 1 or 2 great picks. Although, with that cooler being popped, the picks that they get won't last long, as they'll be respawning in no time.
Something that these teams are doing very well is that when they are being pushed out of zone and their space, they are backing up instead of just running forward, which someone like me would just do and start feeding. But these teams are smarter than me, and they are not doing that. They're actually giving space, building special, which is what a good coordinated team should be doing. And right now, UCSD Sports has the zone. Their counter is almost at 0, so they're gonna probably start getting points here. But just as I say that, I have to stop talking about this, because every time I say something, the opposite happens, and I think it's just the universe trying to make me look bad.
Commentators curse is what it's most known for, and you are absolutely getting called out by the universe for all that. And that's a lot of specials, by the way, that we just saw get popped there. We saw the Reef Slider and Strikes try to cap that zone, does a great job of it, but Splatterscreen Savers has a great comeback, waiting a couple seconds longer to use that Reef Slider, go on in, and get that zone right on back. The missiles will try to force them away, but they are doing a great job at staying alive. Unfortunately, their heavy edit went down, so there's their jump out option. But with that 52 using that whale to scare the rest of these players back, and another splashdown coming on and capping that zone, and in return, UCSD Esports is not letting this zone go for free.
It's very interesting to see how many players are still consistently alive in the middle of this map. They're all popping specials and painting and fighting each other, but nobody's actually going down. And as I said, that 2 people on UCSD Esports is going to go down. And this is Splatterscreen Saver's shot right here. There are 5 seconds left in the game. They have to hold this zone. There is no other choice. As the game is about to go into overtime, they need to get down to at least 21 to win this game right now.
Trade goes off, 3 players down, it's just the heavy edit left alive. Can they hold this zone on their own? They're going to try to get a pick on one. The Slosher will go down. Can they pick on another? Yes, they will. 2 players left remaining on UCSD. Couple points down to go. It's a 1-point game. The Reef Slider will try to go on in, but will not be enough. A splashdown will score for UCSD. An immediate clutch play, and they will earn themselves game number 1 of this best of 5 losers bracket finals. What an intense final 10 seconds of the game.
Wow, I love when the game's in overtime. Everybody's rushing. We have to win. We're in overtime. There is no mistakes. Or we have to stop the other team from winning. There are no mistakes to be made. And it's just that 1 point. They just needed one, like literally one, not even 1 second, like half a second, because it goes faster. But oh man, that was so close. And right at the end is when everybody gets their special, like especially if you have last ditch effort on, it gets faster and everyone's just fighting for their life. Like, there is no objective. It's just, we got to stop this or we have to win by all means.
Absolutely. That was such an incredible last couple seconds to try to just kind of replay what exactly we saw there. It's very rare you're able to see a player hold themselves in a 1v3, but when all 3 players from the other team rush in the same direction, that's what we saw that heavy edit do a fantastic job at getting 2 players. But the one player that they really needed to focus getting that splat on was that Explo, the Explosher that has triple splashdown that can cover that entire zone and cap it just like a Reef Slider can. And unfortunately, it just wasn't enough. We saw a lot of trades go off in mid and a lot of players getting picked on down. And when it's just a Dread and then you got to go against a triple splashdown, there's not only so much you can do.
But it's okay. They're just one game down. Unlike loser bracket semis, this is a best of 5. So it is pressure being like, okay, we're down a game, but it's not a dire situation quite yet. And you get that counter pick. From what I was talking about before, they know which maps and modes they had beat UCSD Esports on earlier. So maybe they'll pick a map mode that they know that they can win or they've won before. Or maybe they'll just be like, let's try something else this time.
Yeah, the question really comes down to what's the route they want to take with their counter pick. Now, of course, they're going to try to pick something that's more favorable for them. Maybe that's something they fought them in before, or it could be something new. In the previous set, when they went against each other, they opted to go the alternate, or one of the teams opted to go not immediately back into another zones, but instead change things up. And it looks like counter pick coming on through. We're going to see a change-up. We're going to see Rainmaker on Museum d'Alfonsino. So Splatterscreen Savers is opting to hold that zone's comeback when they desperately need it, give themselves an opportunity to shine bright in some other modes. And they feel Rainmaker on Museum is the next play.
Now, this map is quite interesting, as everybody who knows me and are my friends know that I really do not enjoy this map. And everybody's always like, you should like this map because you're a roller player. But no, I just don't like this map, okay? It's too much, it's too crowded. Everybody's always flanking left side. Like, I don't enjoy this.
But you're a roller. Your point is
here it comes. Okay.
You're flaying.
Okay, yeah, give me 5 reasons why I should like this map.
You complain about the reasons that you're complaining are the reasons why you should be in favor of it.
Okay, what if I like this is like okay, the museum is like boiled chicken. I need spice. I need something different.
What? All right, look, no, we're not talking about boiled chicken. Instead, we're going to talk about this game. We are going to see another weapon switch up from Splatterscreen Savers. Loading pulls out a third weapon on their weapon pool, and that is going to be the S-Blast 91 with that Booyah Bomb. What a very interesting flex player. And wow, talk about a nice slash from Devvy that we just heard on through. But Z-Bean's going to take the opportunity to get that counter pick and some revenge for their teammate. Rainmaker was popped, but not a lot of paint thrown on the floor as it is high elevation that Rainmaker sits on in that center spinner. So we are going to see just both teams in a kind of a stalemate. Whoever can get the most picks here will grab this Rainmaker and push on forward.
It is quite interesting to me that Splatterscreen Savers did counterpick this map, considering that they know that UCSD Esports has an Explo player. Because Explo's pretty good on this map. Every time I face an Explo on this map, I'm pretty sure I lose. So it's a very interesting pick. I mean, maybe they know that they can win. Maybe they have the strategy for this map. But right now, I mean, they're proving me wrong. Right now, they're going to get first checkpoint. So they have a little bit of leeway right now, not having that first checkpoint in their way for a future push, but Z-Bean opting to drop it off of Plat, which is, in my opinion, a smart thing to do on a map like this, where there's only one way to go and there isn't a flank round.
Yeah, and I think the reason why Splatterscreen Savers chose this map mode combination is based on the weapon selection we see that was the biggest change, and that's the addition of the S-Blast. This allows for their comp and overall playstyle to be a lot more aggressive, a lot more in your face. And that's what you kind of like to see against a team like UCSD that's playing a little bit more, I won't say passive, but a little further back, playing with longer range. And right now, it's doing very well in their favor right now. You got two of their players down. Now down goes the Explo. So there's your longest range weapon going down. Z-Bean's trying to do something on this spinner, but unfortunately gets picked off as well. And this is going to be a lot of points gained very quickly, down to 42, but stopped in the nick of time by one of the players of UCSD.
Yeah, Josh right here gonna back up, allowing their teammates to jump back in instead of swimming all that way in right now. As we see that Expo's gonna pick up the Rainmaker, so they will no longer have a splashdown option, as UCSD Esports right now is basically just trying to paint the map. It doesn't look like they're pushing too far up. They're just waiting for that special right here, and Z-Bean is gonna try to get a pick, but gonna have to move away from Loading right now as they get a direct and that Booyah Bomb, and potentially a second kill right there. Loading is going absolutely crazy in this bottom left. Maybe they were an S-Blast main all along.
I mean, with those players that are flex players, have an incredible ability to be so good at so many weapons, and that's what loading is proving right here. They will get 2. They're going to look for the 3rd. Unfortunately, they get comboed by the slosher in the brush, so they'll get shut down immediately. While the rest of their teammates, unfortunately, weren't able to follow up with that pure aggression. Now another will go down to Blue, and they're going to look to pop this Rainmaker and see if they're able to push on forward and get this checkpoint themselves.
Yeah, they might just be able to get this checkpoint. Never mind, spoke too soon. But they're still holding on the strikes right now. Blue potentially backing up, gonna jump out because they need to save those strikes to stop the push that Splatterscreen Savers might be starting as we speak. As Nebby's gonna run for it as much as possible, almost dying to an auto bomb there that wasn't even chasing them. As Loading's gonna sit under these ledges, gonna pop a Booyah Bomb, hopefully allowing the other team members of Splatterscreen Savers to push up with that Booyah Bomb as it's going to disperse the members of UCSD Esports.
Yep, and with these specialists coming on out now, it's really a matter of trying to just hold this Rainmaker and stall as much time as you can for Splatterscreen Savers. But with a nice crack in there, going a great job at popping that Rainmaker away. They're going to try to see if they can contest this pop or just give it up, most likely to Splatterscreen Savers, so that way they could recollect themselves, try to get as much paint up on the ground as possible. It's just really hard to find that footing when you have so much aggression on the side of Splatterscreen Savers with the weapons that they have.
Yeah, and with 55 seconds left, UCSD Esports has to make something happen. I mean, they don't even have first check. If they had first check out of the way, all they have to do is pretty much just run on up into their plat. But right now, they're going to go 2 down. And can Splatterscreen Savers potentially further their lead right here as they're just going to run forward? Going to get stopped, though, unfortunately. With that Booyah Bomb coming out, almost going to get a pick on Nicole right here, but right now, they're just trying to play defense as Splatterscreen Savers is pretty much just holding their space in their spinner right now.
Yeah, holding that spinner is really key if you're Splatterscreen Savers, trying to see if you can get any kind of picks onto the board. Unfortunately, Loading will not be able to get that connect with the alternative option that the S-Blast has when jumping, making it so it has shorter range. We're going to see Nebby on this Decapitator try to go on in on the side here and hold and stall out some of these players with their bubble pops up. Unfortunately, it's not going to be enough right now. Some of the players have to die for it for the Rainmaker. Do they grab it in time? Yes, they do. And with that last player behind, checkpoint is free. 52 comes up behind. They're able to get the pick. They get 2. They're looking for a 3rd because they know the Slosher's there, but they get picked off by Blue. They have to pop this Rainmaker and grab it in just a few seconds left. But no! The Decapitator that was behind all along comes in clutch and saves the game. You cannot ignore a player from behind for too long. And that's going to tie the score 1-1.
Well, right there's a prime example of a counter pick working. Splatterscreen Savers said we can win on this map, and that they did. Though right there at the end, super close. I was actually surprised that UCSD Esports was able to get that check. It looked like they died the moment that the Rainmaker hit the top of that pedestal there. It was like milliseconds close to just ending that much sooner. But, you know, when that check goes off, you got to start panicking a little bit like, uh-oh. There is still overtime. The game is still going. We haven't won yet because it's not over until it's over.
No, exactly. It is not over till little and big just say so. And I agree. It was very close. And I think UCSD had the right idea. They ignored the Decapitator that's just kind of stalling on the ramp. And they said, hey, let's just go. Like, let's just run this. We could get this check. We have 2 players down. Let's do it. But the one thing they weren't able to do was pop in time. And the other thing I bet they weren't expecting was that 52 to just hit every jump shot imaginable with insane RNG. And as someone who tried to play at 52, that never happens for me. So when I see other players have it happen, I say, you were born for that weapon. It was made for you. Have at it. Your RNG luck is clearly better. And it really was there. It shined bright. And with the combo of that Decapitator, instead of jumping out, staying in mid, and just waiting out until the perfect time hit, that was the ultimate nail in the coffin for him, and they were able to tie that score up. So now the counter pick, it's going to go into UCSD's favor. What do you think they're going to counter pick here?
I'm not sure. I mean, they did win on zones, which I'm pretty sure means they cannot counter pick zones via counter pick rules. So we're going to have to see something from them that isn't, you know, just a typical, because everybody plays zones. I feel like everybody is so zoned pilled that everyone just immediately wants to play zones. But like,
zone pilled.
Okay.
You're right. You're right.
I don't appreciate it when you laugh at me. Okay, it hurts my feelings. It really hurts my feelings. Why are you so mean to me?
But yeah, so their options are, if they dare to do they dare to counter pick Rainmaker? Do they go to Clam Blitz? Do they go to Tower Control? Like you said, they can't pick zones.
Turf War?
Actually, no, the Turf War is not an option. No.
Sorry.
Counterpick does come through if you're keeping an eye on the Sendu side. Clam Blitz on Umami Ruins is going to be the counterpick that UCSD is going to bring forward. And that's a very strong counterpick for the type of weapons they have. It's going to give great opportunity to the Explo. It's going to allow the rest of their... it's going to allow the Slosher to also be great under any kind of ledges and over them from that mid section that's a little bit elevated. So, and the rest of their players are able to just try to poke around. So, it's going to be interesting to see how Splatterscreen Savers is going to feel on a map mode like this.
Yeah, and it's honestly not surprising that they pick Clam Blitz, considering that they do have a brush player. I feel like every team with a brush player is like, we have to play Clams, because I don't know what it is about brush players and playing Clam Blitz, but every time I play X-Rank Clam Blitz, like, there's 7 brushes in the lobby, and then there's just me. So... it's not surprising that they picked Clam Blitz. I'm excited to see what happens on this map specifically because, you know, the basket is a little further away, but you can still get in there, and once you're in there, you have means to stay in there. There's a whole dome on the top left with the grates where somebody could just sit there for, like, the entire game. And if you don't get rid of them, then they're just going to stay there and the team's just going to jump in.
Absolutely, and with talking about jumping in, all 4 players on each side, 8 in total, are now locked and loaded, ready to go, diving on and forward, and we're not really seeing any insane weapon choices. Z-Bean will switch to the Octorush with Zipcaster. Unfortunately, they are the first player that goes down. We are going to see Nicole trying to find a good pick with that pro, gets 2 shots, not the third, so it's really just now a war for that top mid section. And right away, it's just trade for trade right now for players. Specials being built up and loaded all around. It's who's going to be able to get the most picks available and get that power climb form to push things forward.
And one of my favorite things to watch when watching Clam Blitz specifically is how well any given team is able to do with their clam economy, because so many times you see so many teams make a ball but have no other clams to follow up, or they don't even have a ball yet and they're already up in the other team's spawn. So it's very interesting. I want to see how well these teams can do holding their clams, as they're going to get down to 60 with 2 big clams right there. Splatterscreen Savers off to an early lead, as there's still basically 4 minutes left in this match right now.
Yeah, that there is. And the heavy edit on Splatterscreen Savers did have enough to potentially build another one just with 1 clam holding on. But smart of them to play further back, right? Hold on strong there. Make sure that you're able to not accidentally get picked off and drop all those smaller clams. But right now, UCSD is using all their specials to their advantage, are going to score, and with 3 players going down, never mind, a full wipeout. UCSD is now looking to keep this going a lot more, get that lead, and even more following that, as they're going to get a lot more clams scoring in, as they're going to have a lot more jumps with that power clam.
And here we are jumping in the power
didn't
clam.
score it.
They missed it. Oh, you hate to see it. They were right there too. I think maybe the wall blocked it, or maybe they just didn't hit the button fast enough. Not sure what happened there. Is the basket was kind of blocking the view, and just like that, the lead has swapped. UCSD Esports is now in the lead. I mean, it's still 3 minutes left, so it's anybody's game right now, but 2 people going down on Splatterscreen Savers right there on Dome. They were just trying to get a push going right here. But that's why a brush is so important on a map like a mode like Clam Blitz, is because when the rest of your team is up killing and spawn camping the other team, the brush is so fast at running around on the map. They could be running clams just like that, so easily, so fast. So it's very important to pick off the brush. But right now we see Splatterscreen Savers trying to make a play. They're gonna get 2 people down. It's gonna go 2 down on either side right now. It's just kind of a stalemate in UCSD Sports like elbow right here.
Yeah, they're really just kind of stuck near their basket and only finding a few little bits and pieces to go on forward. Down goes that brush again, so there goes here a little bit of a sneaky aggression, but we will get down that Decavitator on the side of Splatterscreen Savers. It is a now even playing field right now as players trading off back and forth. Oh, but 2 go down to a perfectly placed Booyah Bomb. Make that 3 in total. Last player up alive is going to be that brush Z-Bean, and they unfortunately can get 1 pick, but not anymore. And now the 2 players up remaining from Splatterscreen Savers, and not much more going to be able to get scored except for that power clam. Z-Bean with a clutch play, getting 1, and that's all they needed.
Yeah, and you know, scoring like that, just one power clam and not any follow-up clams, gives the enemy team a pity clam. So now they don't have to make one. They are just given one, which we are going to see them hold on to, and potentially it could help them get more of a lead here as they only have 32 on their penalty. But Grand right here going to get 2, maybe even 3 right now as he's going to chase someone here. Oh, kill was stolen from him, but that's okay. You helped. You're going to get that as an assist right there on the ending screen.
Assist you love to see, as well as from the assist from their teammates being able to score the clams. It is a 1 clam lead. All UCSD is going to need is a power clam up to 2, really, if they want that lead back. And right now, they're looking to see if they can get something rolling here. Here comes Zeeping with that zip catch, looking to see if they get some great follow-up from some of these players. Can they get one? Yes, they will, but they'll get picked off themselves. It's 2v2 on the field right now with specials ready on both sides with 30 seconds left to go. And right now, UCSD has a little bit more of map favor for them in their color.
Yes, and we're going to get close to overtime here. Clams on overtime is very interesting because, yes, you may have clams to score, but you only get that limited time to even get to the basket and be able to throw them. So many sets have been thrown away because you are just right under the basket, but too late. Time is run out in overtime. And right now, USD Esports, Navy is going to push up. They're throwing clams to each other ahead. It's just going to be Blue who's going to get 2, maybe even. He's going to get another kill right here. Can he do this for his team? And he's going to be able to take the lead. What an insane play. Everybody's rushing into this corner right now. But the game's going to go to UCSD Esports, which, correct me if I'm wrong, was their counter pick as well. So far, counter picks have been being won on.
What an insane win. And Blue taking the MVP of that game for their team, being able to clutch up in the final few seconds when it matters, being able to help get some clams and the power clam in just to show off a little bit. Gets 2 and says, I'm not going to score 1. I'm scoring this whole thing. And that instantly allowed them to take that win for their team. So massive W for UCSD. And like you said, Pixel, that it was a win on a counter pick. So far, UCSD Esports Navy leads the set 2-1, putting the counter pick on Splatterscreen Savers' end of the table.
Yeah, you know Bloob is in the NVC right now screaming. Like, did you guys just see that? Probably clipping it. It's probably gonna end up on Twitter and Blue Sky later as well. So maybe I'll look for that.
We got a great view of it on the stream. So yeah. if they want to come on and clip it on the stream, or if any of Bloob's teammates or friends want to as well, that is some immense aura that they have now, and some incredible social media points that they get for that.
Oh my god, not you saying aura. That's crazy.
What's wrong? What? You tell me that wasn't?
I mean, you're unk.
What?
Anyway, it looks like the counter pick has come in, and Splatterscreen Savers is going to go to zones once more, but this time they're picking Mako Mart. Or is it Mako Mart? What do you say?
I say
thank you.
Mart.
You're good. You're a good guy.
Good. Crazy. Yeah, I mean, this is falling very similar to their previous matchup in the winners side of the bracket earlier for semis between these two teams. The only real difference that we saw is kind of the order, right? I mean, originally it had started with zones before they originally went straight to Rainmaker. However, this time they picked Tower Control instead of the Clam Blitz that we got. They originally went flip that, TC then Rainmaker. So, I mean, fourth, no matter what, was zones. So they decided to wait the 2 extra games they needed, save zones for last, and that's exactly what they're doing here. I guess next to last. So if they're able to take this, counter pick will go to UCSD's favor. So we'll be interested to see if it comes down to that. But for right now, yeah, zones Mako Mart. I mean, I see the option for it. I see the potential. Do you think we're going to see loading go back to Dread? They've had an incredible S-Blast gameplay.
I mean, this map mode combo is pretty good for S-Blast as well. You know, there's a lot of ledges. There's a lot of places that you can stand, and you can just shoot your blaster shots up above. I mean, I know I've been a casualty of an S-Blast on this map one too many times. Actually, yesterday during a scrim, I think I went like 0-7 to an S-Blast on this map. So, yeah, I'm calling myself out there.
Yeah, you are. The 0-7 is insane.
Yeah, yeah. They call me bad at the game because I am.
That's insane. Well, I can
But
tell you that who's not bad at the game. It's going to be whoever wins this next game or 2 games. Whoever just wins this set, they are going to fight for their spot. Again, this is losers finals, so they're both competing for that grand final slot, that opportunity to see who will potentially be able to take down USF Green, if at all, as USF Green's probably watching themselves, taking notes, making any great use of their time, seeing what they're going to have to go up against. Is it going to be the rematch against UCSD Esports Navy, or will they fight Splatterscreen Sabres for the first time today? That is the question that we're waiting to have answered.
yeah, when you're in this position right here, the potential of winning and getting that gold is so close. You are right there. You have 2 teams standing in your way before you are declared the winner. And this is a 2-day event. So yesterday, not only were you playing for hours, trying your very hardest to even be given a chance to get into this bracket, and here you are, and now you're just that close to winning. The pressure is on. And especially right now for Splatterscreen Sabres being just 1 game down. It's just 1 game, but if UCSD Esports wins this 1 game, it's over for them. So it's got to be a little panic inducing. You have to win. Everybody has to focus. Don't get nervous. Get rid of your nerves. Do whatever you need to do, right? You have to play the best game that you can play right now if you want to get that shot to potentially win this bracket for the Division 3.
Yeah, and that's probably why we're not seeing these the match start immediately right off the bat, right? Is that they're probably using as much time as they have available to their options. Of course, once you ready up with your weapons, once you have that minute and a half timer counting down, it's just making sure they're getting all their nerves out, making sure they're going over any last second plans they can right now while they have the time to talk and think about it. And obviously, just in general, make sure they're having the right weapon choices selected, and that could be a big reason why. Which is understandably taking just a little bit more time. You want to make sure that you're picking the best comp to your availability. That's going to be hopefully giving you that win for both sides. I mean, we haven't seen too many insane comp choice changes from UCSD besides ZB changing off of a different Octobrush. But it's really going to come down to what will we see here, as it's going to be, do or splat, as they say.
Yeah, and zones can be pretty intense because, you can KO on any mode pretty much, but zones seems to be one of those modes where people can KO in the first minute. You can get zone, hold your space, and just like that, the game could be over. And it could be either a devastating loss or a very valiant victory for whoever might be in the favor of winning this game. So it can be a little scary, especially when you're down a game. You gotta focus. You gotta be okay, we can't make mistakes. We have won against this team before. We almost beat them. We can do it this time. So I believe in Splatterscreen Sabres. And yesterday when I got to watch them for the first time, I said on stream, I was like, whoever came up with your name is genius. I love you guys. I don't know who you are, but I love you, and I still stand by that. So
what you're saying is that you have a favorite.
Well, yeah, because I like their name.
That's crazy. Fair enough.
It's cute. You can't tell me that it's not a good name.
Splatterscreen Sabres.
Although we have yet to see a screen come out, and as I'm seeing on Sendu, it is allowed. So,
if they're Splatterscreen Sabres, that mean they're saving people from Splatter Color Screen?
No. Do you know what the screensaver is? Cactus. Glitch Cactus 1.
Oh.
Who is on your computer all the time.
Savers. Okay.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah.
R/whoosh. It went right over his head.
Listen, Splatterscreen Savers. You know that screen is not
It's a
the
pun.
most favored. Yeah, but it's not the most favored special. So you think you're just trying to save people from screen because it hurts some people in the eyes.
I can't with you. Who made me commentate with this guy?
You went silent because you know I'm right.
No, who put us together? Why are we commentating together?
You know what? Ask CCA staff.
It's
Hey,
on
the game's
site.
ready. Let's go. It doesn't matter who did it. All I know is that we're here, ready and locked and loaded. Comp changes coming on out, not from UCSD. Splatterscreen Sabres.
Oh,
Wiper.
ready, go! Oh, I was a little early. I did the land thing.
Hey,
Anyway.
so Nebby switches to the Wiper
Okay.
instead of what they were playing before, and immediately go down as well as their S-Blast. UCSD coming in with full aggressive play and not wasting any time, taking as much space on the map. So they're able to hold on to it, and they're counting down their penalties points very quickly here. So they're going to get a couple more points on the board as 2 more members from Splatterscreen Savers will now be loaded back up into the game after being slotted before. A couple more points counting down. Specials will be popped on out. Here's that Booyah Bomb, looking for a good spot to pop it, and there will go onto the zone. Hammer comes out as well. ZB trying to find a good angle, but they're the last player left up, and that's a wipeout onto UCSD. Splatterscreen Savers throwing that hammer just so we see if they can possibly get anyone over there. And that will be no picks there, but now just got to hold on. A couple more penalty points of their own, and maybe they'll get that lead back.
Yeah, and maybe now they'll get the lead. Now that they're not going to get commentator curse. But right now, Nebby's doing a good job getting into the spawn on top left right now. Going to be able to get behind the rest of UCSD Esports. Unless they're going to call out where they think Nebby is going. But the strikes are coming out, potentially going to cap zone. Unless they can paint over it right now. We got Blue fighting by themselves on left stack. And ZBean is pushing up into mid. It seems like... Oh, and gonna get a pick on the heavy right there with a bomb. It seems right now that a lot of these players are disconnected, taking their own fights, but seems to be working out for Splatterscreen Savers right now.
Yeah, I mean, all the way down to 11 points remaining. The hammer comes on out, but unfortunately, 2 picks, not enough time. That zone will flip right back over for UCSD, and they're by themselves. A lot more penalty points for Splatterscreen Saver to have to go through. And right now, they're just trying to take back as much of it as possible, as Loading's looking for a good pick here on the Z-Beam, but they will go far back and let their teammates deal with it instead. The cooler will be on out to allow their teammates to go on in and take down UCSD 1 player at a time. The splashdown tries to put a stop to it.
Yeah, right now UCSD Esports also has multiple specials available, as Splatterscreen Saver seems to not have any, but they're still going to be able to hold the zone, and the S-Blast going down to a bomb right now. There is a war happening on this right stack right now, as Z-Bean is going to pop Zipcast and try to pick whoever is on this left.
Oh, but they get picked off themselves. The 52 will take the stack for free, as that Booyah Bomb does get another player down. They do sense with that ouch that there is another player on that side. Just trying to keep an eye, make sure no one's going to try to hit them out of flank. Here comes the splash, and unfortunately taking down the S-Blast in the process. And we're going to see 2 more specials online for UCSD. Not using them just yet, except for maybe the strikes to buy their teammates some time to take those stacks. What a great pick from that 52 as they launch back out.
Yeah, they're doing a great job right here of giving space to the team that has the zone right now without dying, because the last thing you need to do right now is die and lose most of your special meter, because you're going to need those specials to help you get back in, especially soon as they have no more penalty points, and they could potentially take the lead here, but Nebby's going to pop this hammer trying to look for a pick, not going to find one, fighting their own fight on zone right here. Everybody on UCSD Esports is jumping in. Nebby's going to potentially get 2 picks right here. Although losing the lead, they can cap zone and potentially make that comeback right now.
Nebby trying to play pretty aggressively here, as well as the rest of the members of Splatterscreen Savers. Only a couple more penalty points remaining, 30 to be exact, as now you're going to see the members of UCSD kind of dive on in. They have to make sure they can keep that Expo as far away as possible and use that splash on away from zone, which is exactly what you needed there. Missiles will be popped by the pro, but will be enough to scare the players away so they can get that cap back in time. Yes, it will be. Strikes will help finish that off. Hammer will come on out to see if they get any picks on the side. They will get that cap back with only 50 15 seconds remaining. They have to hope to get some great picks here and stop any of the other players from UCSD from going on in. They need to hold this zone. 5 ticks remaining. Splatstone gets a good pick and a wipeout on the whole team. And Splatterscreen Savers cannot come back in time from that. UCSD secures that 4th game, winning this losers final set 3-1.
In such a great game that displayed so much of their strengths, as Splatterscreen Savers pretty much was so close to winning there. They got down to 11 points. It was very close. They put up such a great effort trying to win that game, but, you know, just one mistake can cause the ball to start rolling, and then you just can't get out. And unfortunately, that splashdown was the straw that broke the camel's back, as it ended up wiping out Splatterscreen Savers, and that's all they had to do to secure the win there.
Yeah, I mean, it was a great effort towards that end there for Splatterscreen Savers, but unfortunately, just the players going down, first the wiper and then followed up by a couple just really dangerous 1v1s, and being clumped up on that zone is the last thing you wanted to see, but UCSD took full advantage of that, popping those specials on that zone, getting that full wipeout so they can take that victory all the way home, meaning UCSD is going to move on to the grand finals for a rematch against USF Green.
Yep, here we go. I mean, in the winner bracket finals earlier, they unfortunately did get 3-0 swept by USF Green. So potentially, they know how they play now. They fought them earlier. They lost to them. So they're going to know, okay, well, these are the mistakes that we ended up making last time. This is what happened. If it's a certain map or mode, this is the weapons that they might play. They have a little bit of intel. Sure, they didn't win any games, but, you know, when you lose games, you're also learning. So hopefully they can take what they learned earlier in winter bracket finals and apply that here. Especially, you know, just having played and having won that previous set. They're more warmed up, as maybe USF Green took a break, or maybe they were playing open, but you know, open's not the same amount as practice as continuing to play other teams within the bracket.
Absolutely, and I think right now they also have the opportunity of being a little bit more warmer on the controls than USF Green is, right? I mean, unless the USF was able to find themselves a little bit of a scrimmage that they were able to kind of be locked in on, right? Maybe keep that practice up, maybe hop in some PBs or opens while they're waiting to keep themselves going. But UCSD playing a very strong losers finals and looking to see if they can continue that moving forward, and trying to see if they could push this to a bracket reset against USF Green. So it will be a very strong story here to tell, and how it's going to go. Of course, the whole thing will be counter picks going forward.
Exactly, and it's very exciting to see what these teams might counterpick. You know, maybe if UCSD Esports loses a game, are they going to counterpick a game that they had just won on in the previous set, knowing that they could win it? Or, you know, are they going to do something a little different, get a little snazzy, you know, put on a show for stream, as, you know, it's all about content, you know?
Okay, it's definitely not all about the content. I imagine they're looking to see if they're able to, you know, bring it home for their school, try to represent. I mean, at the end of the day, that's the goal for them, being able to call themselves Division 3 champions, which is a fantastic title to try to have under your belt. So both these teams, you know, trying to do that. And of course, right now, I mean, they're the number 1 and number 2 seeds, so these games may feel a little close. I mean, obviously, unfortunately, it wasn't for the winner side of the finals. Previously, when they went against each other, USF Green was able to take them on at 3-0. I'm not too sure how those games had originally looked. Maybe they were a lot closer than the scoreboard says. If that's the case, then we should have a very exciting grand finals coming up.
I'm really excited to see. I mean, we just saw an awesome display of what UCSD Esports could do. They pulled off a lot of great moves. I mean, the games were close, but they managed to like just get that win. They did go down a game, but
Yeah, I mean, down a game or a set indeed. So players are finding out right now they are getting into the lobby and they are readying up. We did find out right here that the map mode combination we're going to be seeing Splat Zones on Urchin Underpass. That is quite the game to start off on. So quite the game indeed, with both teams readying up. It's going to be interesting to see what kind of comps that we should be seeing from them. See what they're going to be able to bring out to the table when it comes to this matchup. I'm curious to see if we're going to see some Reef Slider at all. I mean, it's a very small zone, but it could be capped with just something as simple as triple ink strikes. And with that being so, it's something that an overtime can be ended very quickly with. So it's going to be you want to make sure you're being very keen on having those players down when it gets close to that time, if you're trying to either hold on to that zone or continue for an overtime push. All right, players loading on, and we are going to see strikes. We're going to see both. Okay, so we're going to see strikes, and we are going to see a Dread Ringer. So we're going to see that Tentatek Splatter Shot come on out. And that's going to be on the side of USF Green. UCSD coming in with the Octobrush with Ink Storm. So that's going to be very exciting. For a bit now, you are going to only have me for the moment for commentary, as Miko Commentary Pixel unfortunately is having a little bit of a disconnection issue, but it's okay. We're going to try to run this as best we can. We're going to see Zebin get a nice assist there in double, and that's going to be 3 players down on the side of USF Green. UCSD, only 1 player left up, and it's going to be the Dreadringer trying to do a great job and try to stay alive, as they are going to have the Reef Slider ready, and they're going to try to see if they can keep it up and use it. They get some picks here. Can they get one? Yes, they will. Looking to see them get a pick on that jump coming on in with the strikes going in to try to stall that zone, but it won't be enough so far. Splashdown also not enough to try to hold on to that zone and flip it. UCSD doing a very great job up until this very moment for them to hold on to that zone. That cap will go over just a little bit, build some points on down, and it's a very strong back and forth. Something like Urchin Underpass, it's really going to be a matter of just trying to hold on for as long as you can, get those most amount of picks going forward. And like there, UCSD making sure they're trying to get a combo of the both. Hold that zone, get those picks, but it is so back and forth. It's just going to be a barrage of these weapons going head to head. Some using their specials on each other, as well as maybe using some sub-weapons for any jumps that may be lurking, especially if they're using Stealth Jump as a gear ability. Now we are going to see 2-2 down on the map right now. So making it at 3 actually, and a splashdown kind of probably prematurely pop for them, but they will get that zone flip on over. So right now they are going to be looking for an opportunity to try to count these points even more further down. And like I said, Splat Bomb use of their greatest ability, making sure they're able to get that pick. And here comes that Reef Slider Pixel. What do you think is going to happen going forward?
I mean, I'm not sure. I just got here. What did that mean? My bad, everybody. I am here to stay, hopefully. As we see the splashdown coming in, also Urchin Zones. What did I miss? Why are we playing Urchin Zone?
You missed a lot, but one thing you didn't miss is a lot of these same specials being popped over and over again. It has been at 77-55, what feels like for the past minute and a half. These teams are constantly trading this zone back and forth, and with 2 to 3 players going down on the side of USF Green, UCSD is looking to hopefully push their lead even further as they're trying to take more space. These teams just feel so neck and neck, though. It's very hard to see who's going to be the one taking this home because they're just so equal right now in skill.
Yeah, especially on Urchin Zones. This map I feel like is very like flip-flop. Like your team may cap the zone, but then in just a blink of an eye, the other team will recap the zone because it's in like this weird pit below like the rest of the level. So it's easy for like sloshers or other weapons to just like throw paint over the wall and just paint the floor. And especially seeing that we have a Reef Slider on the side of USF Green, I'm sure it's pretty easy for them to cap the zone. And then on the counter side, UCSD has a splashdown with the Explo, so it goes hand in hand as we see Zebin get a double kill right here, playing the brush with Beacon. Forgive me, I don't remember. Oh, it's right there. It's Rain.
Yeah,
I'm
it
gonna
is
use my
the
eyes.
storm. It's okay. We do see some players jumping on in and going on forward for USF Green, but oh no, they're not really going in as a unit here. They're kind of taking individual fights and going in one by one, which is not what you want to see. The heavy edit goes down. Only 3 players remain. The Reef Slider will come on. It will be enough to cap that zone, and it will. So now USF Green has a couple more seconds to play with, and all of their specials were popping the zone. But that means they don't have anything else to kind of go back in with. They use all of their zone capping specials, and we're going to see UCSD now take advantage of that, capping that zone right on back. A couple of 1v1s happening on this map here, and picks and players getting traded left and right. That jump will go on out and save that player for another day, as now Zumi's going to get 1. They're going to get 2. Unfortunately, not able to get 3, but able to keep their teammate alive on that jump in, as they're looking to see if they get this zone flip back over as they're running out of time.
Yeah, and as we see, the members of USF Green are using their Reef Slider, but I think it missed the zone, but they do have a splashdown on the side of Glitch. Can they use it to cap the zone? It's not even enough to stall, but right now they're just gonna get that. They're gonna cap just barely right here, but just like that, UCSD Esports is probably gonna cap it right back. It's such a fight for paint in mid, but you know, the Explo on the side of UCSD Esports is probably living their best dream, as all they have to do is just arc their shots into that bottom where members of USF Green just keep dropping into.
Yeah, and with specials flying from both sides, countering at each other out, it's going to be UCSD securing game number 1 in this best of 5 set, trying to see if they can earn themselves that bracket reset to taking this whole tournament home. And I know that's a mountain to climb, but everyone has to start with the first step, and that's exactly what UCSD did right there, taking their first game against USF Green.
Now, on the side of UCSD, you're like, oh, we won a game. We can do this. Because, you know, in the bracket prior, they got swept. They didn't even get a game. They just immediately got sent to losers bracket. So having this win right now is probably the greatest thing to happen for them to boost their morale. And if you're USF Green, you're like, we lost a game, but, you know, they still have to win, what, like 6 more games? You know, we only have to win 3 to be crowned the winners, but they have so much more game that they could have to play if they keep winning, but it's not really a race to panic quite yet. I mean, you're still nervous, but come on, like, all you have to do is just win a couple games while the other team has to win like 6. So it's basically like that. It's at this point, it's not just skill, but it's also mindset. It's where are you? Like, how are you feeling? Don't get nervous. You can do this, you know? Don't let that drag you down.
Yeah, never back down no matter what. And that is what USF Green is just going to have to remember. Now, they might be, you know, a little, you know, not warmed up just because of the fact of that they maybe weren't playing for a while. And they had to wait a while. You know, they had to wait for quite some time in order for them to play this match. So, I mean, you know, taking a game so far for UCSD feels great. But now the ball is in USF's court, and they're going to take UCSD over to Tower Control Inkblot Art Academy, a staple in the competitive Splatoon community.
And it's very interesting. I feel like, is this the first time we're seeing Tower? I don't think a team has yet to counterpick Tower yet.
It's the first time in a while that we've commentated.
Block.
Yeah. No, we haven't seen Tower, so it's good to see it here, and it's going to be very interesting to see how both teams are going to counter each other into it.
Yeah, I'm quite excited. I mean, USF Green, we just saw them on zones, but for UCSD Esports, we've seen them on Clams, Rainmaker, Zone. So it's going to be interesting to see how both these teams fare on a tower control map, as we haven't seen that yet. I mean, I'm not sure what their thought process is, but, you know, maybe this is their secret weapon. Maybe USF Green is really, really good at, like, tower control is like their niche, and they're going to hone in on it right now, and they're going to take this game. Or, you know, maybe they're going to get stopped in the process.
Yep, it's only time will tell, as these players are still making their weapon selections and very smartly, you know, deciding what the right play is, what the right weapons are going to be. I'm really curious to see if UCSD, most of their weapons stay the same. So I'm really curious just what Zbean's going to choose. Zbean has flexed it pretty much every Octoprush that is in the game, and we have been able to commentate seeing them. So we know that they're no stranger to being able to use every single one to their advantage. So I'm very curious to see what it's going to be going forward for them into this match as we load right on in.
And here we're going to see a snipe right there from USF Green right now. We haven't seen that one pulled out yet. We also see a Forge and a Junior. This is like pretty much
a massive comp change.
Yeah.
I think the only thing that stayed similar was the Dreadringer, but complete comp change for them, and we are going to see the Zbean go on to the, I believe that is the Rain?
Yes, with Beacon.
Octoprush. Yeah, so staying that consistent, and don't blame them, that's going to be really good for pushes to get their teammates in. Unfortunately, their Slosher player will go down, and they are going to have to try to recuperate now, as it's going to be USF Green being pretty dominant here on the side.
Yeah, so far, members of each team are going to go down before their Cooler player is able to pop Cooler, which is something that I get yelled at about from my team members all the time, is that I just run in without getting Cooler first. And it's interesting to see that I'm not alone. So I appreciate that, guys. Anyway, the Junior's holding on the bubble on the side of USF Green right now. Potentially, Zbean's going to get a pick right here on the Slosher, or on the Dreadringer, which is good because you don't want to get Reef Slider on the tower. There's just an all-out brawl right here in this second checkpoint right here.
That it is. It's a lot of the players playing a strong defense on USF Green that's stopping this push only at 50 halfway through that second checkpoint. But UCSD is looking to try to play very strong here. See if they're able to take control of these stack areas. Use these strikes to try to push on in more. Here's a little bit of a reset. How about a triple for you as they're locked and loaded, looking to push for this first checkpoint themselves. Only the Slosher left up.
Yeah, that was a great play by Corey there. I mean, I wasn't expecting that to get 2 kills, but you'll take more than you were looking for right here. They're gonna go down, unfortunately, but most likely gonna be able to jump back in as there is a bubble on tower right now protecting the jumps. Oh, we're gonna get a triple from Zumi right here. I think they actually got a double with a bomb. So, and just like that, USF Green has not only the lead, but look at the map right now. It's completely their color, as UCSD Esports is going to have to fight as they're on the final checkpoint. And once that checkpoint is broken, it is just... And the bubble goes off on tower, it might just potentially be over here.
Oh, but a splashdown is going to take out the Junior as well. And it's going to be a 3v1 situation. Can they get that last player? Yes, they will. That's a wipeout. USF Green is locked in, and they tied the match 1-1, not making it easy for UCSD.
Yeah, I guess I was right. I think tower control was maybe their niche. I mean, we have yet to see it, but after seeing it, I'm sure UCSD Esports doesn't want to counterpick tower after what had just happened to them. So we're going to be able to see what their counterpick is soon, although they can no longer pick zones. So if you don't want to go back to tower, then it's a toss-up between Clan Blitz and Rainmaker.
No, absolutely, and it's curious to see what UCSD is going to try to bring. I mean, they had a really good start that game, right? It was a really good opening push. Unfortunately, it just seems it fell apart quicker than they would have liked. But, I mean, having your team pretty much get almost completely wiped back-to-back is really what was the downfall there. So it's more about just being a little bit more careful about the... about your surroundings and what players might be near there, what specials are going to be there, and what could potentially take you more than just one player out.
Yeah, and I also want to apologize. I feel like these teams both have a bunch of letters in their name, and they all have like US, and I feel like I'm gonna accidentally say like UCFD S Green or something. So I'm just
actually crazy.
There's too many letters. There's too many letters.
One has 3, one has 4. What?
Yeah, but they're like similar sounding letters, and they both have U and they both have S.
Okay.
So,
all right. Well,
what if I just call one
lucky
green
for you,
and the other one navy?
Lucky for you, this isn't the spelling bee. It's a Splatoon CCA tournament. So we're waiting for that counter pick, and the counter pick's gonna roll right in. And UCSD said it. No,
wow.
We're not done. We're going back to tower control, but this time Hagglefish Market.
Yeah, everything I say, the opposite seems to happen. So, I'm not going to get $10,000 in my bank account tomorrow.
What?
Well, if everything I say, the opposite happens. So if I wish that I'm not going to get a
Oh.
bunch of money, then I'm going to get a bunch of money, right? Is that how that
You know what?
works?
Sure. In your world, why not? But in this world,
My world?
tower
You mean
control-
Canada?
Tower control is the counter that we're gonna see here. I mean, so what do you think that UCSD could do differently, Pixel, to avoid USF just having a very dominant 100-0 knockout like we saw that last game?
I think one of the biggest factors was that they had a junior, and that junior was able to just like pop bubble at one after each other, sitting on tower.
Yeah, no, definitely. We did see a little bit of that switch. Unfortunately, I think Pixel's power went out once more. So we're
CSD
gonna.
Esports is thinking.
Nope, Pixel's back. Okay.
Oh, sorry. Hello?
You went out for a couple seconds. I think your net switched up on you, but that's okay. Yeah, it's gonna be very interesting to see if the weapon choices are gonna see if we're gonna see any kind of different weapon choices. I mean, for UCSD, it was working at first. I mean, it was pretty successful. It's just now making sure they have the right players down against USF.
See, you almost messed up right there.
Don't hate on my stutter.
Too late. I already have. But Hagglefish is also quite an interesting tower control map. I feel like it's one of those maps where like you're either really good at this map or you're really, really bad at this map, because you not only have to be good at playing aggressive, but on a map like this where the checkpoints are like basically just in your spawn, you have to be also very good at deep.
Yeah, and I mean, we're gonna see Blue switch over to that Splatana Stamper with Booyah Bomb. Interesting decision there. I feel maybe they just feel like it would be a little bit better suited for them, a little better of a fit. We're gonna see a lot of just paint getting tossed around in mid, a lot of sub weapons being poked through. Cooler will get popped in from the pencil from USF, and they're gonna look to see if they get coolered up. As Z-Bane switch to the Kraken Brush, trying to see if they can help get any pushes going as well. Booyah Bomb comes on out. Here comes that bubble as well.
Yeah,
Z-Bane gets one, but
currently-
unfortunately goes down.
Oh jeez, I'm having a bit some.
Alright, Pixel's net unfortunately is not being kind, so I'm just going to
So
continue
apologies.
going this forward. Z-Bean taking this side angle here, trying to get a pick onto this pencil. Can they sneak on through and get that pick? Yes, they will. Looking to see if they could try to keep this flank up, see if they get any other players. That player is very weak on that side, but unfortunately going to have to try to retreat. The Dread is there to save the day. Tower now being pushed by UCSD, and there's that Kraken for a good push going forward to try to keep this going. Splashdown as well. 3 specials used on up from UCSD. USF now trying to do their part in playing a strong defense here, but Blue's going right into that bubble trying to stop them out. We're going to at least tap that checkpoint. Actually, not fully. 1 point remaining onto it, as that's going to swap over from the tower. USF taking control and trying to push it back themselves.
I think I'm back. Hello everybody, my Canadian Wi-Fi is really awful right now.
All the way to that second one. We get one down on the side of Zumi. They're going to get 2. Looking for a third. They're going to get an assist on it. Unfortunately, goes down to the Stamper. And that's a wipeout.
Yeah. Right, and UCSD Esports making a great display of getting that push going and getting to that second checkpoint. Now, the second and the final checkpoint are like right next to each other. So a little give or take. Like, yeah, you didn't pass the checkpoint, but you know, it's really hard to get both of those checkpoints down in the same push, considering how close they are together. But just like that, UCF Green is now taking their opportunity to get the lead back.
Yep, first checkpoint looks like it's most likely going to be clear. There is a splashdown ready and strikes are going to be the first thing used from UCSD. The splat bomb will unfortunately get picked off. We do have a reslide already and a bubble, and this is looking like a very strong pick going on in for USF. Reslider will be used to try to get this player up top, and they will get one. That lead is going to just barely not be... Okay, no, there it is.
Okay.
Will get swapped on over, and with 3 players down and one of them respawning back in, things are looking dangerous for UCSD.
I mean, right here, we're gonna... Oh, the Booyah Bomb's not gonna get a chance to get on. 2 people are gonna go down on USF Green, as this is an opportunity for the other team now to lock them out. This is your opportunity. There is a minute left in this game. All you need to do is pass that checkpoint and just get 1 extra tick on that final checkpoint, and you can win this game. But it's basically do or die at this point, because beating 19 is a big ask, especially when there's time running out.
Yeah, only 1 minute left on the clock. 3 specials ready. 4 specials for UCSD, and we're going to try to lead them with that Kraken. Booyah Bomb's going to be popped a little bit further away. We just got to see if some players are going to be able to go forward with it. But no, this pro is on a double, looking for a triple. Oh my goodness! Devvy is doing a fantastic job soloing practically all of UCSD right now from a nice flank angle. With 30 seconds left to go, UCSD is in a little bit of the off foot at trying to bring this back.
With 25 seconds left right now, USF Green in control of the tower, pushing it closer. Now, they don't really have to keep the push going because they're already in the lead, but pushing that tower further into their spawn makes it harder for UCSD Esports to potentially bring the tower. It's just a longer route they gotta go. And right now, with 10 seconds left, they're popping that splashdown, hoping to survive the Booyah Bomb, but the Expo's gonna go down, and right now there's just everybody sitting on this tower. A Reef Slider's gonna come out. We're heading into overtime, and right now, I don't think it's gonna happen.
Unfortunately, it will not. That was a lot of specials being thrown at that tower. One game away from being crowned your CCA Division 3 champions. UCSD looking to see if they can win the next 2 games for the reverse sweep and start a bracket reset.
Now, if I was UCSD, I would not counterpick tower control again, because as we've seen, it did not work this time. And maybe I am just right. Maybe USF Green's weird niche is tower control. So I'm hoping they pick a different... I mean, we've seen them on Clams and Rainmaker, and if USF Green was smart, they would also be watching the stream, so they also know how UCSD Esports may play on those other modes as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be interesting. Obviously, we can't... I mean, if they really dared to, they could go tower control one more time, because they didn't win on it. But I really don't think they'll do that to themselves another game in a row. But they can't go to zones because they won that first game on zones. So yeah, the really only other options are your Clam Blitz or Rainmaker. And it comes down to what map will be the most comfortable for them on it. Just going to be very interesting to see what that counter pick will be once it comes through. Obviously, taking their time, thinking strategically here, what will be hopefully the answer to start a bit of that semi-reverse sweep for them.
Yeah, I mean, maybe you're right. Maybe third time is the charm. Maybe they're gonna go back to tower, but it's gonna be just a different map. Maybe a map that they know they can win on. But you know, if you were in, if you're trying to play the game smartly, okay, tower didn't work the first time and it didn't work the second time, so maybe we should 100% do something different. But now there's a wrench in your plans because you can't pick zones which you have previously won on. That's the beauty of counter pick, is once you win a mode that you pick that you can do on, you can't just keep cheesing it and play the same mode over and over again. So as we see the counter pick coming in, it's going to be Undertow, Spillway, Rainmaker. So I love seeing Rainmaker. It's very intense, especially on Undertow. It could end very quickly.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of cheese, there's no real a better option for Rainmaker than just trying to have it in a really bad spot and keep going from there. But yeah, I mean, it'll be interesting to see what kind of power we're going to see brought to the table here from UCSD. See if they see any comp changes that will be best fitting for them going forward into it.
I mean, I'm thinking on this map, maybe the Kraken brush is a good choice because, as me and my pickup like to call it, we call it Kraken jockey, where somebody Krakens and the Rainmaker carrier just like sits inside of the Kraken, using them as a shield all the way up that ramp at the end there just to win the game and hop on that final pedestal. Or, like a reef slider is really good here because you can just reef down that one lane and have the Rainmaker just follow the reef slider.
Yeah, absolutely. And it does do a great job at also in dangerous situations getting that pop against the enemy team, or at least stalling it just a little bit longer if they're that close to popping it. You just got to hope you time that very correctly if need be, or if anything, let it be popped, and as they're all diving forward for it, every side to shut it on down. Or even if we do see some splashdowns come on out, that could be a very treacherous territory for them.
Yeah, but I'm excited to see what happens because, you can be really aggressive on this map and immediately head for pop, or you can let the other team pop and you can start building your specials. Or in some cases, both teams decide to play slow and just build specials first. I have been in so many games where the Rainmaker in mid does not get popped for at least 45 seconds because both teams are not focusing on it. And, not only Rainmaker is pretty intense because now, yes, you have 4 players, but the one person picking it up no longer has the ability to pop a special. So you have to be smart on who needs to pick it up. It could be like, oh, I'm going to pick it up because I'm the closest, or we need somebody who's not going to go up in the front to pick it up, but then potentially makes them slower. So it's not just pick up shiny fish, score, and win. It's, well, who's going to do what? We have to think about it first, which is probably why they took so long to get ready, but here we go. Potentially the final game of today for the Division 3 is about to start.
Absolutely, and my always feeling justified with these comp changes. Glitch switching over to the dualies with Splashdown. Nicole switching over to the Vanilla Splash-O-Matic. So a little bit of comp changes coming on out over around here. We're going to see Zeeping also switch to the Octorush with Zip? Yeah, Zipcaster, I believe.
Yeah, that's Zipcaster.
So we're going to see a couple players going down right off the bat, and there's that Zip, as Sue was talking about, trying to find some good picks to stop this Rainmaker, but unfortunately, the Reef will get one. But speaking of one, the Zipcaster, and a little trade-off on that side, but just right now, this is probably going to be a wipeout into UCSD unless Boop can get out.
Yeah, a delayed wipeout right there as Boop tried to jump out, but unfortunately when you don't have quick super jump, it takes a bit too long to get out. But right now, UCF Green, everybody's clumped up. They're popping missiles trying to displace the members of UCSD Esports right now. Nico on this top, going to pop Crab, hopefully going to be able to do, maybe kill somebody or do enough chip damage for the rest of their team to push in as they stop the Rainmaker right now. And that is 3 down on UCF Green, having the Dreadbringer have to jump back.
Absolutely, that's a great jump back, especially because they're trying to build up that special usage, right? They're trying to make sure that they have the resources available. 2 will go down. This is a great pick by the Rainmaker, by Nicole picking that up, so the rest of their teammates could just go on in and paint for them and push on forward. Will they get that checkpoint before they go down? Yes, they will. Explo is prepared and really close to that splashdown, but who needs it when all your teammates are there to push on forward? Another one goes down. UCSD trying to rush it forward, but stopped at 47, thanks to the heavy-headed Splatling having a great angle.
Right, these teams seem to be pretty split even right now. I mean, UCSD Esports may have gotten that first checkpoint in the lead, but they keep trading in the amount of people that are down on the field. I mean, 1 second there's a delayed wipe on UCSD Esports, then the next there's 3 down on USF Green. They seem to be even in terms of kill right now, but right now UCSD Esports is doing better with their push game, as they were able to get that checkpoint, but maybe right now it's UCF Green's turn to finally show that they can get that checkpoint as well, unless Zbean has something to say about it.
Yeah, great job there by Zbean. Playing the Zipcaster here was the best use possible on a map that had such high elevation that you could just zip to and come up from above. Now with USF taking advantage of this, getting 2 players down and running this checkpoint forward. This is might be a cap, but they know a player is playing from behind. Unfortunately, not able to get that checkpoint. If they are, that could be a massive lead going forward. Dread is trying to build on up that Reef Slider as Nico will try to punish him with this crab. Checkpoint broken on through. Brush goes down. Player advantage for USF, and a lot of specials being popped here at the same time. Will be able to get that pick and push that Rainmaker forward. They might not be able to.
Right now, Glitch is going to get a pick, potentially going to move forward because they do have a splash zone, although there are strikes coming up. They're potentially going to get 2 right here, and this could be USF Green's chance to further the lead, if not win right here. And still, just like that, I mean, everyone's respawning, and there goes the wipeout on USF Green, and we have a little bit of a squid bag here on C-Beam. I mean, you can't blame them. This is probably the most intense game that they've had in a while. They're probably a little stressed out, you know. I understand getting some cool picks and potentially doing something as the Rainmaker's about to reset here.
I mean, the one thing I will say, you're either squidbagging because you think you can win it all, or you're squidbagging because you know it's over. We'll find out in a minute and 15 seconds what the answer will be, because right now the lead is looking in the favor of USF, as well as that Reef Slider getting another player down. But Bloob doing a fantastic job right now, getting some players out of here, getting the picks off. But 3 go down, score a splat bomb! Oh no! Gibby with an incredible splat bomb takes 3 down, and that pushes over, and Mid is immediately lost in control. That may have been the game-winning bomb.
Yeah, just like in the show, Gibby smashing through the ceiling and landing on top of 3 people with that bomb right there. I mean, pretty much for the next 35 seconds, all they have to... Don't laugh at me.
I see what you did there.
To do is pretty much just hold the space right here, and they have 2 specials to do so. I mean, UCSD Esports also has specials to potentially push, but I fear that it's a little bit harder to get these pushes going unless they get 3 down, just like they did right there. And now it's just the Dread Ringer backing up in the hopes that they won't get picked, but they're going to use their Reef Slider a little bit early right here.
Reef Slider used, only 5 more seconds to go, and then the overtime will begin. This Rainmaker is barely holding on. They have to hold on strong as overtime begins. They have 40 seconds left. Missiles will come on out, and they're going to try to not get caught with them, with their teammates bringing them closer to them. Another player goes on down. That will be the Brush User. It's a lot of sub-weapons being used, but here comes the army of USF Green collapsing on the Rainmaker in the corner, taking them out, securing game number 4, meaning USF Green are your Division 3 CCA champions.
And just like that, the game is over, and the tournament for these Division 3 folks is over as well. I mean, that was pretty good. I mean, you gotta give respect to all the teams before, and especially UCSD Esports. They were able this time to take a game off of the team that had previously swept them. So, you know, at least they're going defeated. If only 1 game, they didn't get the sweep this time.
No, exactly. And you gotta feel pretty good if you're UCSD. Not only just taking a game, but just having such a strong back and forth every game. I mean, it was really down to the wire for some of these matches between these 2 teams that really settled the score. And it was incredible to see the type of adaptation they were able to perform in the middle of these games going on, so they were able to try to bring things forward. But ultimately, USF Green, fantastic gameplay overall, lots of fantastic wins their way, and not letting things get to a dangerous bracket reset. So congratulations to the University of South Florida, USF Green, and of course congrats to UCSD Esports Navy, University of California, San Diego, on your 2nd place finish.
Congrats, Florida. I mean, Florida be winning a lot of stuff. They won the Splatland Championship as well. I think Gatorland was, happening today. I don't think it was the Splatoon Gatorland, but Florida has a lot of great gamers, and as we see today, their legacy will continue as they're the Division 3 finals. I mean, they're the champions. They won today, and arguably, probably, I think their hardest game was earlier down the bracket. I think they pretty much swept all the other teams today except HLG, I believe.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of strong players showing up and turning on out and putting the practice to the table, showing up for their matches today. And regardless of how any of these teams have finished, they have fought hard, they have played well, and earned their spots respectively. And if you didn't get the finish that you were hoping for, there's always going to be a potential next time, whether with the CCA or with your future competitive endeavors. It's never a bad time to reflect and look to see what you can do continuing going on forward.
Exactly. And now you can all get back to studying because now you need to finish school and pass your finals. Yeah, when I was commenting with Oma yesterday, we were talking about what if it was like if you lost the tournament, you don't get to graduate. So congrats to the members of USF Green, they get to graduate.
What?
So...
That's crazy. That's crazy. What if some of these players are like this is their first year in?
Well, they're done. School is over. You won. You've won school.
You've won school. All right. Well, before we let you continue to say these sage statements, that's going to do it from us here over at the Division 3 side for the CCA event. Huge thank you to all of the wonderful staff. Shout out to Oma, who's actually behind the cam and helping run the spec cam and a lot of the fun stream setups that you see for us here today. But before we fully end off, Pixel, where can the great people find you?
On Twitter, still not calling it X, or you can find me on Blue Sky. Usually my username is pixel__hearts. There are 2 underscores. Most people forget this, and people cannot find me because they only type in 1. And I think on Blue Sky, it might just be pixel hearts, no underscore. I don't know. I have to stay consistent, and I'm not. I also do artwork. I will be taking commissions very soon, and I do make merchandise as well. So Glitched Cactus 1, where can they find you?
All right. Well, you all can find me on pretty much most, if not all, my social medias at Glitch Cactus. The only real different one is my Twitch at Glitch Cactus 1, as Pixel has just mentioned. There, I, at least for 2025, streaming every single day of the year, and we are only a couple more days left to go before it is over. It's crazy to think how far along this year has come. But thank you all so much for tuning in and watching the Division 3 event for the CCA. I believe we do still have 2 or 3 other events for the CCA still happening in different divisions, so be sure to go support those if you still want to see more CCA action. And of course, don't be afraid to follow CCA on multiple other social medias, of course, as joining their Discord server for more CCA action.